Welcome to the Sleep Story Haven, your peaceful sanctuary where the whispers of ancient forests meet the gentle rhythm of moonlit shores. Here, time slows to the rhythm of your breathing. Worries dissolve like mist, and your mind finds the peace it's been seeking. Each story is crafted to guide you through enchanted landscapes and tranquil moments, designed to quiet your thoughts and prepare your spirit for deep, restorative sleep. So find your most comfortable position, close your eyes, and let tonight's gentle tale carry you to the peaceful dreams that await. Welcome to your Sleep Story Haven. Take a deep breath and let our story begin. The Dreamer's Path Through Asgard, a Norse sleep story. Chapter 1: The Call of Ancient Winds. In the quiet hours between dusk and dawn, when the world holds its breath in anticipation of rest, there lived a soul named Einar who carried within their heart the weight of countless wakeful nights. The modern world had filled their days with ceaseless noise and hurried thoughts, leaving little room for the deep peace that dwells in silence. Each evening, as others found solace in sleep, Einar would lie beneath blankets that felt heavy with unrest, their mind spinning like a wheel that had forgotten how to slow. It was on such a night, when even the gentle rhythm of rain against the window could not quiet their restless spirit, that Einar first heard the whisper of ancient winds. The sound came not from the storm outside, but seemed to rise from somewhere deep within their own being. A low, melodious humming that spoke of distant mountains and endless skies. As they listened, the cramped walls of their bedroom began to fade, replaced by the sensation of cool air moving across their skin, carrying with it the scent of pine forests and snow-capped peaks. The wind grew stronger, though it brought no chill, only a comforting embrace that seemed to lift away the tension held in Einar's shoulders and spine. With each breath, the ordinary world grew dimmer, while something far more ancient and beautiful began to take its place. The harsh edges of daily concerns softened like snow melting in warm sunlight, and Einar felt themselves being drawn into a realm where time moved differently, where healing was not just possible, but inevitable. As consciousness began to shift and change, like clouds reshaping themselves across an endless sky, Einar found themselves standing at the edge of a vast meadow. The grass beneath their bare feet was soft as silk, each blade seeming to glow with its own inner light. The meadow stretched in all directions, bordered by forests so deep and green, they appeared almost blue in the gentle twilight that bathed this timeless place. Above, the sky held neither sun nor moon, but was filled instead with a warm, pearl-like radiance that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air here moved with purpose and grace, carrying voices that spoke in languages older than memory. These were not the harsh sounds of the waking world, but gentle murmurs that reminded Einar of lullabies half remembered from childhood, of stories told by grandparents whose words had the power to transform fear into wonder. Each whisper seemed to settle into their bones, releasing knots of tension that had been held there for years, perhaps decades. In the distance, barely visible through the pearl-bright mist that danced between the trees, Einar could see the outline of great structures, halls and bridges that seemed to be built not of stone or wood, but of crystallized starlight itself. These were the dwellings of the old gods, the eternal beings who had watched over humanity's dreams since the first stories were told around flickering fires. Though they were far away, Einar could feel their presence as a warm, protective embrace, like being held by loving parents who would never let harm come near. A path appeared beneath Einar's feet, winding gently through the meadow toward those distant halls. The path was made of smooth stones that seemed to pulse with a soft, rhythmic light, each step creating ripples of luminescence that spread outward like rings on still water. As they began to walk, Einar felt their heartbeats slow to match the gentle pulsing of the stones. Their breathing deepen and lengthen until each breath seemed to draw in not just air, but peace itself. The walking was effortless, more like floating than moving. With each step, the burdens of the waking world fell away like old clothes being shed. Worries about tomorrow dissolved into the soft light that surrounded them. Regrets about yesterday faded like mist before the warming sun. All that remained was this moment, this gentle progress along a path that led toward something beautiful and healing beyond imagination. As they walked, Einar became aware of other travelers on the path. These were not the hurried, anxious figures of the modern world, but beings who moved with the fluid grace of those who had found their way to inner peace. Some appeared to be mortals like themselves, their faces soft with contentment and wonder. Others seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, as if they were woven from moonbeams and starshine. All walked in companionable silence, united in their journey toward the realm of dreams and healing. The forest through which the path now led was unlike any earthly woodland. The trees were massive beyond comprehension, their trunks so wide that dozens of people holding hands could not encircle them. Their bark was silver white, smooth as polished marble, and seemed to glow from within with a gentle radiance. The leaves overhead created a canopy so dense that they formed a roof of living green, through which filtered a light that was soft and golden, like honey mixed with sunshine. Between the great trees, smaller paths branched off into groves and clearings where flowers grew that existed nowhere in the waking world. These blossoms were the size of dinner plates, their petals crafted from what appeared to be pure color itself, blues deeper than the ocean, purples richer than amethyst, golds more radiant than any earthly metal. As Einar passed, the flowers turned to follow their movement, releasing fragrances that spoke directly to the soul rather than the senses, carrying messages of comfort, safety, and profound rest. The sound of water began to reach them, not the harsh rush of rapids or the crash of waves, but the gentle murmur of streams that had been flowing since the world began. As they crested a small rise in the path, Einar saw spread before them a sight that made their heart swell with wonder. A river wound through the forest, its waters so clear they seemed to be made of liquid crystal. The riverbanks were lined with stones that had been polished smooth by countless years of gentle current, each one a perfect oval of rose quartz or jade or some other mineral that caught and reflected the forest's golden light. Here and there along the river's edge, graceful bridges arched across the water. These bridges were built in the old style, with graceful curves and delicate railings carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as one looked at them. The patterns told stories, tales of heroes and gods, of journeys through dark forests that led to bright clearings, of sleepers who found healing in their dreams and carried that healing back into the waking world. As Einar approached the nearest bridge, they felt a presence beside them. Turning, they saw a figure that seemed to be both ancient and eternally young, a woman whose silver hair flowed like water down her back, whose eyes held the depth of centuries and the kindness of a mother watching over a sleeping child. She wore robes that seemed to be cut from the very fabric of night itself, dark blue-black, and studded with points of light that might have been stars or dewdrops or tiny crystalline tears of joy. "Welcome, weary traveler," the woman said, and her voice was like the sound of wind through pine boughs, musical and low and infinitely comforting. "I am not keeper of the gentle hours, guardian of those who seek rest. You have come far from the world of noise and haste, and your journey toward healing has only just begun." Einar found they could speak in this place without effort, their voice emerging naturally as a whisper that harmonized with the murmur of the stream. "I have carried sleeplessness like a stone in my chest," they said. "Each night I lie awake while peace eludes me, and each day I grow more weary." Nótt nodded with infinite understanding. "The world you come from has forgotten the sacred art of rest," she said. "It has filled itself with lights that banish the healing darkness, with sounds that drown out the whispers of peace. But here, in the realm of ancient dreams, the old ways still hold power. Here, you will remember what it means to truly rest. She gestured toward the bridge, and as they walked across together, Einar felt the last vestiges of tension leaving their body. The gentle arch of the bridge seemed to lift them not just over the water, but over all the concerns and anxieties that had weighed them down. The stream below reflected not their physical form, but something deeper, their truest self, the part of them that had never forgotten how to be at peace. On the far side of the bridge, the path continued through a grove where every tree was heavy with fruit that glowed like lanterns in the gentle twilight. The fruit was not meant to be eaten with the mouth, but with the spirit. Each glowing orb contained pure nourishment for the soul, sustenance that would support them on the deeper journey that lay ahead. Rest here for a moment, Nótt suggested, gesturing to a fallen log that had been polished smooth by centuries of rain and wind. The log was covered with the softest moss, green as spring grass, and cushioned like the finest down. As Einar settled upon it, they felt themselves sinking slightly into its welcoming embrace, supported and held in perfect comfort. The goddess seated herself beside them, and for a long while they sat in companionable silence, listening to the forest breathe around them. This was not the restless quiet of insomnia, but the deep, rich silence that comes when the world settles into its natural rhythms. In this quiet, Einar could hear things that had been hidden beneath the noise of daily life. The slow heartbeat of the earth itself, the gentle song that stars sing to each other across the vast distances of space, the soft lullaby that the universe croons to all its children. The path ahead will take you through many realms, Nótt said eventually, her words flowing like honey in the warm air. You will meet the guardians of different aspects of rest and healing. Each will offer you gifts, not things you can hold in your hands, but treasures for your spirit that will help you find the peace you seek. As she spoke, fireflies began to appear among the trees, though these were not earthly insects, but tiny sparks of pure light that danced through the air like living stars. They spiraled around Einar, and not in lazy, hypnotic patterns, their soft glow adding to the sense of deep enchantment that permeated this place. The first gift, Nótt continued, is the understanding that you are already safe. In this realm, no harm can come to you. All the fears and worries that keep you wakeful in the other world have no power here. Let yourself feel that safety now. Let it settle into your bones like warmth from a perfect fire. And indeed, as Einar breathed in the flower-scented air and watched the dancing lights, they felt a profound sense of security washing over them. It was as if they had been carrying invisible armor for years, and only now realized they could set it down. Their muscles, which had been tensed against threats, both real and imagined, began to relax completely for the first time in longer than they could remember. The safety was not just physical, but encompassed every aspect of their being. Here, they need not worry about saying the wrong thing or making the wrong choice. Here, they were loved and accepted exactly as they were, with all their fears and flaws and human imperfections. The acceptance was so complete, so unconditional, that it brought tears of relief to their eyes, tears that the fireflies caught and transformed into tiny diamonds of light that danced away into the forest as the night deepened around them. Though it never became truly dark in this place of gentle radiance, Einar felt their eyelids growing heavy for the first time in months, not with the exhausted collapse that came after fighting sleep, but with the natural drowsiness of a child who had played all day in sunshine and was ready for dreams. "Sleep now," Nótt whispered, and her voice became a lullaby that seemed to rise from the earth itself. "Let this first taste of true rest prepare you for the deeper healing that awaits. When you wake, you will be ready to continue your journey through the halls of the Eternal Ones, where each step brings you closer to the peace that has always been your birthright." As sleep claimed them there beside the singing stream, with the goddess of night watching over them like the most loving of guardians, Einar felt something shift deep within their soul. The first knot of chronic wakefulness had been gently untied, releasing them into a sleep so profound and healing that it seemed to wash away not just the tiredness of one day, but the accumulated exhaustion of years. In their dreams, they walked through gardens where every flower sang lullabies in languages older than words, where streams flowed uphill, carrying away sorrows and doubts, where the very air was made of compassion and understanding. And when they woke, still resting on the moss-covered log, with the eternal twilight painting everything in shades of peace, they knew with absolute certainty that their journey toward healing had truly begun. Chapter 2: The Healer's Touch. When consciousness returned to Einar, it came not as the jarring awakening of the everyday world, but as a gentle emergence from the deepest waters of rest. They found themselves still cradled in the impossibly soft moss beside the crystal stream, though now the light filtering through the forest canopy had shifted to the warm gold of eternal afternoon. Nótt was no longer beside them, but her presence lingered like the memory of a perfect lullaby, a whisper of protection that would stay with them always. The sleep had changed something fundamental within their being, where once there had been a tight knot of anxiety in their chest. Now there was space, room to breathe deeply and fully. The constant hum of worry that had provided the soundtrack to their waking hours had quieted to barely a whisper, replaced by something they had almost forgotten existed: genuine peace. As they rose from their resting place, Einar felt their body moving with a new fluidity, as if invisible weights had been lifted from their limbs during sleep. Each movement was effortless, graceful in a way that reminded them of childhood, when their body had been a source of joy rather than a catalog of tensions and aches. The moss beneath their feet felt like the softest carpet as they stepped back onto the luminous path that wound deeper into the enchanted forest. The trees around them had changed during their rest, or perhaps their perception had deepened enough to see what had always been there. The silver bark now revealed intricate patterns, swirling designs that seemed to pulse gently with life, telling stories of growth and patience, of roots that delved deep into nurturing earth and branches that reached toward eternal light. These patterns drew the eye without demanding attention, creating a subtle rhythm that helped slow the mind and deepen the breath. As Einar walked, they became aware of new sounds weaving through the forest's gentle symphony. There was the soft tinkle of wind chimes made from what might have been crystallized moonbeams, the distant murmur of voices speaking in tones so soothing they seemed designed purely for comfort. Occasionally, a bird would sing, not the sharp, territorial calls of earthly birds, but melodies that seemed to rise from pure contentment. Songs that spoke of endless days spent in perfect harmony with the natural world. The path began to climb gently upward, winding between boulders that had been worn smooth by countless years of wind and rain. These stones were enormous, some as large as houses, and they glowed with their own inner light, warm amber and soft rose, gentle lavender and the palest green of new leaves. As Einar passed between them, they could feel the ancient peace held within the stone, a steadiness that had endured through centuries and would continue long after the current moment had become memory. Carved into many of the boulders were runes, not the harsh, angular marks of earthly writing, but flowing symbols that seemed to capture the essence of concepts too deep for ordinary words. These runes told of healing journeys, of travelers who had come seeking rest and found transformation, of the eternal cycle of weariness and restoration that connected all living things, though Einar could not read them in any conventional sense. Their meaning seemed to flow directly into understanding, bypassing the mind to settle in the heart, where all true wisdom lived. The climbing was effortless despite the steady incline, each step carrying them higher, not just in elevation, but in spirit. The air grew ever more pure as they ascended, filled with fragrances that seemed designed to heal the very soul. The green sweetness of healing herbs, the warm richness of honey and beeswax, the clean ozone scent that follows a gentle rain. With each breath, Einar felt more of the accumulated toxins of modern life being washed from their system, replaced by vitality that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. As they rounded a curve in the path, Einar saw ahead of them a sight that made their newly peaceful heart swell with wonder. Set into a natural amphitheater carved from the living rock was a pool of water so clear it seemed to be made of liquid light itself. The pool was perfectly circular, perhaps 30 feet across, fed by a waterfall that cascaded down from heights lost in the soft mist above. But this was no ordinary cascade. The water fell in ribbons of silver and gold, each droplet catching and reflecting the eternal light of this realm, until the very air around the falls shimmered with rainbow colors. Around the pools, edge grew flowers unlike any that bloomed in the earthly realm. They were tall as trees, but delicate as butterfly wings, their translucent petals seeming to be carved from precious gems, sapphire and emerald, ruby and diamond, opal that contained all colors and none. As gentle breezes stirred them, they chimed like bells, creating melodies that harmonized with the music of the falling water in perfect, complex harmonies that spoke directly to the soul. Beside the pool, seated on a throne that appeared to be carved from a single, massive pearl, was a figure whose very presence radiated healing and compassion. This was Ægir, the goddess of healing, whose knowledge of restoration extended far beyond the mending of physical wounds to encompass the deeper injuries of the spirit. Her hair was the color of sunlight on fresh snow, braided with flowers that seemed to bloom and renew themselves even as Einar watched. Her robes were woven from what appeared to be pure compassion itself, soft blue-white fabric that seemed to glow with its own inner warmth. In her hands, Ægir held a silver cup that seemed to contain not water but liquid starlight, swirling and dancing within the precious vessel. Her eyes, when they met Einar's, were the deep blue-green of ocean depths, holding within them the wisdom of ages and the infinite patience of one who had guided countless souls back to wholeness. "Welcome, dear traveler," Ægir said, and her voice was like water flowing over smooth stones, musical and soothing beyond description. "I have been expecting you. The weariness you carry is not of the body alone, but of the spirit that has forgotten its own capacity for renewal. Come, sit beside me, and let us begin the deeper healing." The invitation was irresistible. As Einar approached, they saw that the stones around the pool had been arranged to form natural seats, each one cushioned with moss so soft it felt like sitting on clouds. The stone where they settled seemed to mold itself to their form, providing perfect support while embracing them with gentle warmth that penetrated to their bones. "Tell me," Ægir said gently, "when did you first forget how to rest?" The question stirred memories that Einar had not visited in years. They found themselves speaking of childhood, of nights when sleep had come as naturally as breathing, when dreams had been adventures rather than anxieties. They spoke of the gradual accumulation of responsibilities and fears, of how sleep had slowly transformed from a refuge into a battlefield where worries waged war against peace. As they talked, Ægir listened with the perfect attention that only the truly wise can offer. She did not interrupt or judge, but simply held space for the words and the pain they carried. Occasionally, she would nod or make a soft sound of understanding, and each acknowledgement seemed to lift a small burden from Einar's shoulders. The world you come from has lost its understanding of the sacred nature of rest, Ægir said when Einar's words finally quieted. It has taught you that sleep is time wasted, that productivity is more valuable than peace, that being busy is more important than being whole. But these teachings are like poison to the spirit, creating wounds that grow deeper with each sleepless night. She lifted the silver cup, and the liquid starlight within began to swirl more rapidly, casting dancing patterns of light across the surface of the pool. This is the water of deep healing, she explained. It is not meant for the body, but for the soul that has forgotten its own wholeness. One sip will help you remember what it feels like to be truly at peace with yourself. Einar accepted the cup with trembling hands, surprised by its warmth and the way it seemed to pulse gently against their palms like a living heart. The liquid within was beautiful beyond description, not quite silver, not quite gold, but containing both colors and many others that had no names in any earthly language. It smelled of rain on summer earth, of flowers blooming in moonlight, of the breath of sleeping children. When they drank, the effect was immediate and profound. The liquid seemed to spread through their body like gentle fire, not burning but warming, not overwhelming but embracing. It flowed through their bloodstream, carrying healing to every cell. But more than that, it seemed to reach into the very essence of their being and begin repair work on wounds they hadn't even known they carried. The taste was indescribable. It was every comforting flavor they had ever known combined into something greater than the sum of its parts. It was mother's milk and grandmother's soup, fresh bread and ripe fruit, honey and cream, and the sweetness of perfect contentment. As they swallowed, they felt a warmth spreading from their center outward, reaching into every corner of their being with gentle, healing light. The healing has begun, Ægir said softly, and indeed Einar could feel it happening. Old tensions that had lived in their neck and shoulders for years began to dissolve like ice in warm sunshine. The tight band around their chest that they had grown so accustomed to they barely noticed it any more loosened and fell away, allowing them to breathe more deeply than they had in decades, but the healing went deeper than physical symptoms. The water seemed to be mending tears in the fabric of their spirit, places where fear and anxiety had worn holes in their natural peace. As these spiritual wounds closed, Einar felt a lightness they had not experienced since childhood, a sense of being fundamentally safe in the universe that had been lost so long ago they had forgotten it was possible. "Now," Ægir said, rising from her pearl throne with fluid grace, "come with me to the pools of restoration. Here you will learn to release not just current weariness, but the accumulated exhaustion of years." She led Einar around the edge of the great pool to where natural basins had been carved into the living rock. These smaller pools were fed by gentle streams that branched off from the main waterfall, each one a different temperature and containing different minerals that glowed with soft, healing light. Some pools steamed gently in the eternal twilight, while others remained refreshingly cool, and still others seemed to maintain the perfect temperature of a mother's embrace. Each pool offers a different aspect of healing, Ægir explained as they walked. This first one draws out the physical tensions that accumulate in the body over years of restless nights. This second releases emotional burdens, the sorrows and fears that we carry in our hearts. The third washes away mental fatigue, the exhaustion that comes from thoughts that circle endlessly without resolution. She gestured to a pool that seemed to contain liquid moonlight, its surface rippling with opalescent colors. And this one, the deepest of all, touches the spiritual weariness that comes from feeling disconnected from the source of all peace. Each offers healing, but you need not enter them all at once. Healing is a gradual process, as gentle and patient as the growth of flowers. Einar was drawn first to the pool that promised release from physical tension. As they approached, they could feel the warm mist rising from its surface, carrying with it the scents of lavender and chamomile, rosemary and sage, all the herbs that had been used for healing since humans first learned to tend gardens. The water was the deep blue-green of forest pools, shot through with veins of gold that pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Without hesitation, they stepped into the pool, and the sensation was like being embraced by peace itself. The water was exactly the perfect temperature, neither too warm nor too cool, but precisely what their body needed in that moment. As they settled deeper into the healing water, they felt it working its magic on muscles that had been clenched for years, dissolving knots of tension that had become so much a part of their normal state they had forgotten what it felt like to be without them. The water seemed to have consciousness of its own, seeking out every point of physical stress and ministering to it with gentle, persistent care. Their neck, which had carried the weight of countless worried thoughts, began to lengthen and soften. Their shoulders, hunched from years of carrying burdens both real and imagined, slowly melted into their natural position. Even their jaw, clenched tight against anxieties they couldn't name, began to relax until their mouth fell slightly open in an expression of complete peace. As the physical healing progressed, Einar became aware of other sensations. The water seemed to be drawing toxins not just from their muscles, but from their very being, all the accumulated poisons of stress and sleeplessness, worry and fear, the harsh chemicals of a world that moved too fast and demanded too much. They could feel these toxins leaving their system, replaced by something pure and nourishing that seemed to emanate from the water itself. Time flowed differently in the healing pool. Minutes might have passed, or hours, or years. It was impossible to tell and utterly unimportant. All that mattered was the gradual restoration taking place, the slow return to a state of being that felt familiar, yet long forgotten, like coming home after a journey so long one had almost forgotten what home looked like. When they finally emerged from the first pool, Einar felt as though they had been reborn. Their body moved with a fluidity and grace they hadn't experienced since youth. Every step a small celebration of what it meant to exist without pain or tension. Ægir smiled at the transformation, her eyes twinkling with the joy of one who had witnessed countless such healings and never tired of the miracle. "Beautiful," she said simply. "Now you begin to remember what it feels like to inhabit your body with joy rather than endurance. This is how you were meant to live, not fighting against your physical form, but dancing with it in perfect harmony." As they prepared to continue their journey, Ægir presented Einar with a gift, a small vial carved from what appeared to be crystallized moonlight, filled with water from the healing pools. "When you return to your other life," she said, "and when the old tensions try to reclaim you, hold this vial close to your heart and remember this moment. The healing you have experienced here is real and permanent. You need only remember it to access it again." The vial was warm against Einar's palm, pulsing gently with its own inner light. As they tucked it safely away, they felt the healing it represented becoming a permanent part of their being, not something that could be lost or forgot, but a wellspring of peace they could draw upon whenever needed. As they prepared to leave the healing pools and continue deeper into the realm of dreams, Einar turned back once more to look at Ægir, who had returned to her pearl throne beside the great pool. The goddess raised her hand in farewell, and the gesture carried with it a blessing that settled over Einar like a warm cloak on a cold night. "Remember," she called across the water, her voice carrying easily in the crystalline air. "Healing is not a destination, but a journey. Each step you take from now on will deepen the restoration that has begun here. Trust the process. Trust your own capacity for renewal. And know that you are always held in the embrace of infinite love. With these words echoing in their heart, Einar stepped back onto the glowing path that led deeper into the mountain realm of the gods. Behind them, the music of the healing pools gradually faded, but its echo remained in their bones, a subtle rhythm that would help guide their steps toward even deeper peace. The journey of healing had truly begun, and with each step forward, they felt themselves growing lighter, more whole, more aligned with the profound rest that was their birthright. Chapter 3: The Guardian of Memory. The path beyond the healing pools wound steadily upward through a landscape that seemed carved from dreams themselves. Massive stone arches bridged impossible gaps between peaks that floated in midair, their surfaces covered with gardens that cascaded downward in waterfalls of pure color. The air grew thinner, but somehow richer, filled with whispers of ancient wisdom and the distant sound of harps, whose strings were woven from crystallized starlight. Einar walked with a lightness they had never known, their bodies still glowing with the deep healing they had received from Eir's sacred pools. Each step felt like a small celebration, a dance between their feet and the luminous stones of the path. The vial of healing water rested warm against their heart, a constant reminder of the transformation they had already undergone. And yet they sensed that this was only the beginning of their journey toward true restoration. As they climbed higher into the mountain realm, the vegetation around them began to change. The great trees gave way to smaller, more delicate plants that seemed to be made of memory itself. Translucent leaves that showed glimpses of scenes from long ago. Flowers whose petals contained the essence of moments, both joyful and sorrowful, perfectly preserved in crystalline beauty. These were not ordinary plants, but living archives, repositories of every significant moment that had ever brought peace to a troubled soul. The path eventually led to a vast plateau where the stone itself had been carved into intricate patterns that spiraled inward toward a central structure. This building was unlike anything from the earthly realm. It appeared to be constructed from compressed light, its walls shifting and flowing like aurora borealis, frozen into architectural form. Pillars of what might have been solidified moonbeams supported a roof that seemed to be cut from the fabric of night itself, complete with slowly moving constellations that told stories of heroes and journeys, of rest found after long searching. Before the entrance to this temple of light stood a figure who radiated ancient wisdom and infinite patience. This was Mímir, the guardian of memory and keeper of the well from which all true knowledge flows. Unlike the earthly depictions that showed him as merely a severed head speaking prophecy. Here he appeared in his full glory, tall and graceful, with silver hair that seemed to contain threads of liquid mercury, eyes that held the depth of all the world's waters combined. His robes were woven from what appeared to be the substance of memory itself, shifting between different shades and textures as various recollections surfaced and faded. Sometimes the fabric showed the deep blue of peaceful nights, sometimes the gold of perfect mornings, sometimes the silver of moments when understanding dawned like sunrise after the longest night. These were not his memories alone, but the collected peaceful moments of every being who had ever sought rest and found it. In his hands, Mímir held a cup carved from a single enormous pearl, its surface reflecting not the current moment, but glimpses of the past. Specifically, those moments when peace had been achieved by souls who had walked this path before. The cup seemed to pulse with its own inner light, and the liquid it contained was neither water nor wine, but something far more precious, the distilled essence of perfect rest, collected from the dreams of those who had learned to sleep without fear. "Welcome, seeker of peace," Mímir said, and his voice carried the resonance of deep wells and ancient caves, places where echoes lasted for eternity. "I have watched your journey from the moment you first heard the call of the ancient winds. You have received the gift of safety from Nótt and the blessing of healing from Ægir. Now, you must face a deeper challenge, the restoration of memory itself." Einar approached the guardian with a reverence they felt instinctively. Something about Mímir's presence commanded not fear, but the deepest respect, the acknowledgement of one who had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, who had watched over the dreams of humanity since the first story was told around the first fire. "I don't understand," Einar said softly. "My memory seems intact. I remember all too well the nights of sleeplessness, the days of exhaustion." Mímir smiled, and the expression transformed his ancient features into something infinitely compassionate. "Ah, but those are the memories that wound rather than heal. You remember every moment of suffering, every hour of restless turning, every dawn that brought exhaustion instead of renewal. But what have you forgotten, dear soul? What memories of peace have been buried beneath the accumulated weight of sleepless years?" As he spoke, images began to appear in the pearl cup he held, not reflections of the current moment, but scenes from Einar's own life that they had somehow lost sight of. They saw themselves as a small child, falling asleep easily in their mother's arms, while soft songs filled the room with peace. They witnessed their younger self lying in summer grass, watching clouds drift across an endless sky, so relaxed and content that sleep came naturally as breathing. The images continued to flow. camping trips where they had slept deeply under stars, the sound of night birds and rustling leaves creating a perfect lullaby. Sick days when their grandmother had tucked them into bed with gentle hands and whispered stories that carried them away from discomfort into realms of gentle dreams. Moments of complete exhaustion after days spent in joyful activity, when sleep was not an enemy to be fought, but a welcome friend, embracing them with soft arms. These memories, Mímir explained, are still within you, but they have been buried beneath the accumulated sediment of anxiety and struggle. You have focused so intently on remembering your difficulties that you have forgotten your capacity for ease. The mind is like a garden. What you water will grow, and what you neglect will wither. He gestured toward the temple behind him, its walls pulsing gently with captured light. Within these halls lie the memories of every peaceful night you have ever experienced, every moment when sleep came naturally, every dream that brought healing rather than turmoil. But more than that, within these walls wait the memories of peaceful nights you have not yet experienced, all the restful sleeps that await you once you remember how to receive them. The concept was almost too vast to comprehend. Einar had grown so accustomed to thinking of themselves as someone who couldn't sleep that the idea of accessing memories of natural rest seemed impossible. Yet looking into Mímir's eyes, which reflected the wisdom of ages, they felt a stirring of recognition, as if something long dormant within them was beginning to wake. "Come," Mímir said, rising from where he had been seated and moving toward the temple entrance with flowing steps. "Let us restore what has been forgotten. Let us water the garden of memory with the gentle rain of recollection, so that the flowers of natural rest may bloom again." The interior of the temple was even more breathtaking than its exterior had promised. The walls curved upward into infinity, their surface containing what appeared to be millions of tiny windows, each one showing a different scene of peaceful rest. Some displayed sleeping children curled up with beloved stuffed animals. Others showed couples sleeping peacefully in each other's arms. Still others revealed solitary figures who had found perfect contentment in their own company and their own dreams. The floor beneath their feet was made of some substance that felt like walking on compressed moonlight, solid enough to support them, yet somehow yielding and soft, as if each step sank slightly into pure comfort. Scattered throughout the vast space were pools of different sizes, each one filled with liquid that glowed with its own inner radiance. These were the wells of memory, Mímir explained, each one containing different types of peaceful recollections. "This first pool," he said, leading Einar to a small, circular basin that seemed to contain liquid silver, "holds the memories of childhood rest. those times before anxiety learned to steal sleep, when night was a friend rather than an enemy. As they peered into the silvery surface, images began to form. Einar saw themselves at perhaps 5 years old, being tucked into bed by loving parents. They remembered the weight of soft blankets, the comfort of familiar stuffed animals, the way their mother's hand felt cool against their forehead as she checked for fever that wasn't there. They recalled the complete trust with which their child self had surrendered to sleep, the absolute certainty that they were safe and loved and would wake to another day of wonder. The memory was so vivid, so complete, that Einar could almost feel those small cotton pajamas against their skin, could almost smell the lavender soap their mother used, could almost hear the gentle humming that had carried them into dreams night after night. For a moment, the adult awareness fell away entirely, and they were that child again, innocent, trusting, naturally inclined toward rest. "Beautiful," Mímir murmured. "Now watch this one." A new scene formed in the silver pool. Einar as a teenager, exhausted after a long day of swimming and playing with friends. They remembered the delicious tiredness that came from healthy activity, the way their body had felt heavy and satisfied as they collapsed into bed. Sleep had come within minutes, deep and dreamless and perfectly restorative. They had slept for 10 hours straight and woken feeling like they could conquer the world. "Your body remembers this," Mímir said softly. "Every cell knows how to rest deeply when given permission. The capacity has never left you. It has only been obscured by layers of learned tension and unnecessary vigilance." They moved to the next pool, larger and filled with what appeared to be liquid gold. "This contains memories of emotional peace," Mímir explained. "Times when your heart was at rest, when you felt completely at ease with yourself and your place in the world." The golden surface showed Einar lying in a meadow on a perfect spring day, watching clouds form shapes against an endless blue sky. They remembered feeling completely content, free from any desire to be anywhere else or anyone else. Time had seemed to stop, and they had felt connected to something vast and benevolent, not a specific deity or philosophy, but simply the sense that the universe was fundamentally good, and they belonged within it. Another image formed. Einar sitting by a fireplace on a winter evening, reading a beloved book while snow fell softly outside the windows. They recalled the perfect coziness of that moment, the feeling of being exactly where they needed to be, doing exactly what brought them joy. There had been no anxiety about tomorrow, no regret about yesterday, only pure presence and contentment. "These moments of emotional peace," Mímir said, "are the foundation of all restful sleep. When the heart is at ease, the body follows naturally. You have known this peace many times, dear soul. It is your natural state, not the anxiety that has seemed to claim you. As they continued through the temple, visiting pool after pool of restored memories, Einar felt something fundamental shifting within their consciousness. The accumulation of peaceful moments, hundreds of them, thousands of them, began to outweigh the collection of sleepless nights they had been carrying. It was as if their internal scale was being rebalanced, the heavy side of anxiety lifting as the gentle weight of remembered peace settled onto the other side. At the center of the temple stood the largest pool of all. Its surface so clear it seemed to contain pure transparency rather than any liquid. This was the well of future rest, Mímir explained, containing not memories but possibilities. All the peaceful nights that awaited them once they remembered how to receive them. "Look," he said, and in the crystalline surface, Einar saw themselves sleeping peacefully in their own bed back in the everyday world. But this version of themselves was transformed. Their face was soft and unlined by worry, their breathing deep, and even their body completely relaxed in natural repose. Around them, the bedroom itself seemed different, not physically changed, but somehow infused with the peace they had discovered in this realm of dreams. "This is not fantasy," Mímir assured them. "This is your future, not a distant possibility, but the natural result of the healing you have already begun. Tonight, when you return to your earthly rest, you will carry with you everything you have experienced here, the memory of safety from Nótt, the healing touch of Ægir, and now the restored recollection of your own capacity for peace." He lifted his pearl cup, and Einar saw that it now contained not liquid memory, but something even more precious, distilled hope, the essence of all possibility for peaceful rest. "Drink," he offered, "and let these restored memories become permanent fixtures in your consciousness. Let them be stronger than any temporary anxiety, more persistent than any passing worry." The liquid hope tasted like every comforting flavor Einar had ever known, but refined and concentrated into something that spoke directly to the soul rather than the senses. As they drank, they felt the restored memories settling into there, being not as fragile recollections that might fade, but as solid foundations upon which new peace could be built. With each swallow, they felt their identity subtly but permanently shifting. No longer were they someone who couldn't sleep, but someone who was remembering how to sleep. No longer a victim of insomnia, but a person reclaiming their birthright of rest. The change was subtle but profound, like the difference between seeing oneself as fundamentally broken versus fundamentally whole and temporarily out of balance. "The restoration is nearly complete," Mímir said, as Einar finished the hope-infused liquid. "But there is one more gift I must give you before you continue your journey." He led them to a small alcove where a mirror hung, not made of earthly silver, but of crystallized starlight that reflected not just physical appearance, but the state of one's spirit. In this mirror, Einar saw themselves as they truly were. Not the anxious, exhausted person they had believed themselves to be, but a radiant being whose natural state was peace, temporarily clouded by accumulated stress, but fundamentally unchanged by temporary difficulties. "This is who you really are," Mímir said gently. "This peaceful being has always existed within you, even during the most restless nights. The anxiety was never truly you. It was simply whether passing through the sky of your consciousness. Clouds, no matter how dark, cannot change the essential nature of the sky itself." As Einar gazed into the mirror, they felt the last vestiges of identification, with sleeplessness falling away. The person looking back at them was someone who naturally slept well, who naturally felt at peace, who naturally trusted in the fundamental goodness of existence. This was not a new person they had to become, but their own true self, finally visible again after being obscured by years of accumulated worry. "Take this with you," Mímir said, handing them a small hand mirror made of the same crystallized starlight. "Whenever you begin to forget who you truly are, look into this and remember not what you have struggled with, but what you essentially are, a being of peace temporarily forgetting your own nature." The mirror was surprisingly light, weighing no more than a feather, and it emanated a gentle warmth that seemed to pulse in rhythm with Einar's heartbeat. They tucked it carefully away beside the vial of healing water, feeling the accumulation of gifts becoming a permanent part of their essence. As they prepared to leave the temple of memory, Mímir walked with them back to the entrance, his robes shifting through different shades as various peaceful recollections surfaced and danced through the fabric. At the threshold, he placed his hands on Einar's shoulders in blessing. "Remember," he said, his ancient eyes twinkling with infinite kindness, "forgetting is not a failure, but simply human nature. The mind will sometimes drift back toward old patterns of worry and sleeplessness. When this happens, do not fight it or judge yourself harshly. Simply return gently to the memories we have restored today. Return to the truth of who you are, a being naturally inclined toward peace, temporarily playing with the illusion of struggle." His words settled into Einar's heart like seeds in fertile soil, carrying within them the promise of future growth and deepening understanding. As they stepped back onto the luminous path that led deeper into the mountain realm, they felt the weight of forgotten peace now restored, the remembered foundation of natural rest upon which new healing could be built. The path ahead curved around a massive peak, whose summit was wreathed in clouds that sparkled with their own inner light. From somewhere beyond that peak came the sound of singing, not human voices, but something even more beautiful, as if the mountains themselves had learned to carry melody. This was the music of the deeper healing that awaited, the profound rest that lay at the journey's heart. With each step toward that distant music, Einar felt themselves becoming more and more aligned with their true nature. The memory of sleeplessness grew dimmer with every footfall, while the recollection of natural peace grew stronger and more vivid. They were no longer traveling toward rest as a distant goal, but returning to it as their natural home. Chapter 4: The Weaver of Dreams. The path beyond the Temple of Memory wound through landscapes that seemed to exist between sleeping and waking, where the ordinary rules of physics bent gently to accommodate the deeper truths of the spirit. Here, waterfalls flowed upward into starlit skies, their droplets becoming constellations that told stories of rest and renewal. Gardens bloomed with flowers that existed only in dreams, their petals woven from hope and their fragrance carrying the essence of perfect peace. Einar walked with growing wonder through this realm, where imagination had taken physical form. Each step brought new marvels: trees whose leaves were pages from the most beautiful stories ever told, streams that murmured lullabies in languages that existed before words, birds whose songs were made of pure contentment, the accumulated gifts they carried, the vial of healing water, the mirror of true self-recognition, pulsed gently against their heart, constant reminders of the transformation already taking place within their being. As they climbed higher into the realm of dreams, the air itself began to change, becoming softer and more yielding, as if they were walking through wisps of cloud that had been infused with starlight. Each breath filled them not just with oxygen, but with inspiration, possibility, and the gentle energy that fuels all creative endeavors. This was the air that dreams breathed, the atmosphere in which sleeping visions took shape and flourished. The path eventually led to a valley that existed in perpetual twilight, where the boundary between day and night had dissolved into something new and magical. Here, the sky held both stars and sun in perfect harmony, creating a light that was neither bright nor dim, but something altogether different, illumination that came from within rather than without, radiance that revealed the inner beauty of everything it touched. In the center of this valley stood a structure unlike any Einar had yet encountered, a vast loom that seemed to be built from crystallized music itself. The frame was carved from what appeared to be solid moonbeams, towering hundreds of feet into the pearl-bright sky. The warp threads stretched between heaven and earth, shimmering with all the colors that existed, and many, that had never been seen by waking eyes. These were not ordinary threads, but strands of pure possibility, the raw material from which all dreams were woven. Before this cosmic loom sat a figure whose very presence radiated the peaceful creativity that flows through the universe like a gentle river. This was Frigg, the All-Mother, weaver of fate and guardian of the dreams that shape reality itself. Her appearance shifted slightly as Einar watched, sometimes showing her as a mature woman with silver-streaked hair braided with starlight, sometimes as a younger figure whose eyes held the wisdom of eternity. Her robes seemed to be cut from the fabric of dreams themselves, flowing and changing color with each movement, showing glimpses of all the peaceful visions she had ever woven for weary souls. In her hands, she held a shuttle made from what might have been compressed aurora borealis, its surface dancing with lights that had no earthly names. The threads that flowed from this shuttle were unlike anything in the physical world. Some appeared to be woven from gentle laughter, others from the sigh of satisfaction that comes with perfect contentment, still others from the deep breath one takes upon finally feeling safe. As Frigg worked at her eternal loom, the sound of her weaving filled the valley with a rhythm that was more felt than heard. It was the rhythm of sleeping breath, of waves against a peaceful shore, of a mother's heartbeat as experienced by a child safely held. This rhythm seemed to synchronize with Einar's own heartbeat, gradually slowing and deepening their breathing until they felt more relaxed than they had since childhood. "Welcome, dear dreamer," Frigg said without pausing in her work, her voice carrying the warmth of hearth fires and the comfort of favorite blankets. "I have been weaving your journey since the moment you first yearned for true rest. Every step you have taken, every healing you have received, has been woven into the great tapestry of your transformation." As she spoke, Einar could see their own path appearing in the threads she wove, the meeting with Nótt in the forest, the healing received from Ægir at the sacred pools, the restoration of memory granted by Mímir in his temple of light. But more than just recording what had already happened, the tapestry seemed to be creating what was yet to come, each new thread adding to the pattern of their eventual complete healing. "You have learned to feel safe," Frigg continued, her shuttle moving through the warp threads with practiced grace. "And you have been healed of accumulated tension. You have remembered your natural capacity for peace. But now comes perhaps the most important gift of all, the restoration of your ability to dream." She paused in her weaving and looked directly at Einar, her eyes containing the depth of all the peaceful dreams that had ever brought comfort to a troubled soul. "Tell me, when did you last have a dream that brought you joy? When did you last wake from sleep feeling as though you had visited a realm of beauty and wonder?" questions stirred a hollow ache in Einar's chest. They realized it had been years since they had experienced anything but either dreamless oblivion or anxiety-filled nightmares. The world of peaceful visions, of sleeping journeys to realms of beauty and healing, had been lost to them so gradually they had barely noticed its absence. Dreams, Frigg explained gently, returning to her weaving, are not mere random firings of neurons or meaningless byproducts of sleep. They are the soul's way of processing experience, of connecting with wisdom beyond the conscious mind, of visiting realms where healing can occur that would be impossible in the waking world. When sleep becomes a battlefield against anxiety, dreams cannot flourish. They require peace to take root and grow. As she spoke, the threads flowing from her shuttle began to take on new patterns, weaving scenes of incredible beauty and tranquility. Einar could see glimpses of dream landscapes, floating islands where flowers sang lullabies, libraries containing every book that had ever brought comfort to a reader, gardens where the trees bore fruit that could heal any spiritual wound. These are the dreams that await you, Frigg said, once your sleep is restored to its natural peace. No longer will your nights be empty wastes of unconsciousness or battlegrounds of worry. Instead, they will become journeys to realms of beauty and healing, adventures that refresh your spirit and connect you to the deeper wisdom of your soul. She gestured for Einar to come closer to the loom, and as they approached, they could see more clearly the intricate beauty of what was being created. The tapestry showed not just their past journey and future dreams, but something even more profound. It revealed the essential pattern of their being, the fundamental design that existed beneath all temporary anxieties and fears. In this pattern, Einar could see themselves as they truly were not a broken being struggling against insomnia, but a perfect expression of the universe's creativity, temporarily clouded by accumulated stress, but essentially unchanged by temporary difficulties. The pattern showed their natural inclination toward peace, their innate ability to rest deeply, their original capacity for joy and wonder. "This is the dream I am weaving for you," Frigg said, her shuttle moving through threads that seemed to be made of pure starlight, not a new dream imposed from outside, but the original dream of your own being, restored to its full beauty and power. Tonight, when you sleep in your earthly bed, you will begin to remember how to dream with joy rather than fear. She reached into a basket beside her loom and withdrew what appeared to be a small pillow, though it seemed to be stuffed not with ordinary filling, but with compressed clouds and crystallized moonbeams. The pillow glowed with its own soft light and emanated a fragrance that was somehow both familiar and utterly otherworldly. The scent of every peaceful night Einar had ever experienced, concentrated into something tangible. "This is a dream pillow," Frigg explained, offering it to Einar with hands that seemed to bless everything they touched. "It contains the essence of every beautiful dream that has ever brought peace to a troubled sleeper. When you rest your head upon it, whether here or in your earthly realm, it will help guide your sleeping mind toward visions of beauty and healing rather than anxiety and struggle." Einar accepted the pillow with reverence, surprised by its perfect weight, neither so light as to feel insubstantial, nor so heavy as to be burdensome, but exactly the right density to provide ideal support for peaceful rest. The moment it touched their hands, they felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them, not the exhausted collapse they had grown accustomed to, but the gentle, natural sleepiness that comes when the body and spirit are perfectly aligned. "Rest now," Frigg invited, gesturing to a space beside the loom where the ground was carpeted with moss, so soft it might have been woven from comfort itself. "Let me show you what awaits when dreams return to their rightful place in your life." Without hesitation, Einar lay down upon the impossibly soft moss, placing the dream pillow beneath their head. The effect was immediate and profound. The moment their head touched the pillow, they felt themselves sinking not just into sleep, but into a state of consciousness that was deeper and more peaceful than any they had ever experienced. In this enhanced sleep, dreams began to unfold like flowers blooming in fast forward. Einar found themselves walking through a garden where every plant had been grown from crystallized music, their leaves chiming softly in harmonious melodies whenever touched by the gentle breeze. The garden pathways were made of crushed pearls that glowed with their own inner light, leading between flower beds where blossoms the size of dinner plates released fragrances that carried away every trace of worry or fear. In the dream, they met figures of indescribable beauty and wisdom, beings who appeared sometimes human, sometimes as pure light, sometimes as combinations of both. These dream guides spoke in voices like wind chimes and flowing water, offering insights that penetrated directly to the soul without needing to pass through the filters of the rational mind. They shared secrets of peace, methods of releasing tension, ways of connecting with the fundamental safety and love that underlied all existence. The dream garden gradually gave way to other realms, a library where every book contained stories designed specifically to bring comfort to Einar's unique spirit, a beach where waves of liquid moonlight washed away accumulated stress with each gentle surge, a mountain peak where the air itself was made of pure peace, and breathing, it filled them with unshakable serenity. Time flowed differently in the dream realm. Hours might have passed, or minutes, or years. It was impossible to tell, and completely irrelevant. All that mattered was the profound restoration taking place, the deep healing that could only occur when the conscious mind finally relaxed its vigilant guard and allowed the soul's natural wisdom to take over. When Einar finally began to emerge from the dream-enhanced sleep, it was with the gentle graduation of dawn, rather than the jarring alarm of ordinary awakening. They found themselves still lying on the moss beside Frigg's loom, but something fundamental had changed within them. The capacity for peaceful dreaming had been fully restored, like a well that had been blocked and was now flowing freely again. "Beautiful," Frigg murmured, her shuttle continuing its eternal dance through the threads of possibility. "You have remembered what it means to sleep with joy rather than fear, to dream with wonder rather than anxiety. This capacity will grow stronger with each night's rest, creating an upward spiral of increasing peace and deeper healing." As Einar sat up, still cradling the dream pillow, they felt the accumulation of gifts they now carried: safety from Nótt, healing from Ægir, restored memory from Mímir, and now the renewed ability to dream peacefully from Frigg. Each gift built upon the others, creating a foundation of peace that felt unshakable. "The path ahead leads to the final stages of your journey," Frigg said, gesturing toward a bridge that spanned the valley, its structure made of what appeared to be solidified rainbow light. "You will meet others who have gifts to offer, and each encounter will deepen the restoration that has already begun. But remember this always: the capacity for peaceful sleep and beautiful dreams is now permanently restored within you. No external circumstance can take this away, for it is part of your essential nature." As Einar prepared to continue their journey, Frigg added one final thread to the tapestry she was weaving, a golden strand that seemed to contain the essence of hope itself. "This thread connects you always to this realm of dreams," she said. "Whenever you need to remember the peace you have found here, simply close your eyes and follow this golden thread back to this valley. The way will always be open to you." With the dream pillow safely tucked away with their other gifts, Einar stepped onto the rainbow bridge that led toward the next stage of their healing journey. Behind them, the sound of Frigg's weaving continued, a gentle rhythm that would echo in their heart long after the valley had faded from sight. Ahead, new wonders awaited, new gifts to be received, new depths of peace to be explored. The bridge itself was a marvel, solid enough to support their weight, yet translucent enough to see through to the wonders below and above. Walking across it felt like moving through pure joy made manifest, each step creating ripples of color that spread outward like rings on still water. And with each step, Einar felt themselves becoming more complete, more whole, more aligned with the peaceful being they had always been beneath the temporary mask of sleeplessness. Chapter 5, The Singer of Stillness. The rainbow bridge carried Einar across a chasm so vast that clouds drifted through its depths like tiny wisps of cotton, while far below, rivers of liquid light meandered between peaks that existed only in the realm of dreams. The bridge's crystalline surface created soft melodies with each footstep, harmonies that seemed to resonate not just in the air, but within Einar's very bones, tuning their entire being to frequencies of deep peace. As they walked, the accumulated gifts they carried, the vial of healing water, the mirror of true recognition, the dream pillow, seemed to grow lighter rather than heavier, as if each blessing received was transforming their essential nature, rather than simply adding weight to what they bore. The transformation was becoming complete, not through accumulation, but through remembrance, not through gaining something new, but through reclaiming what had always been theirs. The far end of the bridge opened onto a plateau that existed in a state of perfect acoustic balance. Here, every sound, from the whisper of wind through crystalline formations to the distant tinkle of streams flowing over beds of precious stones, contributed to a symphony of such subtle beauty that it took several moments for Einar to realize they were hearing music at all. This was sound that went beyond noise to become pure harmony, vibration that spoke directly to the soul's deepest need for peace. At the center of this acoustically perfect space stood a structure that seemed to be built from crystallized silence itself. Its walls were transparent, yet somehow substantial, containing what appeared to be compressed quietude, the essential stillness that exists at the heart of all sound, the pause between notes that gives music its meaning. The building's architecture followed no earthly principles, with spires that twisted gracefully upward into infinity and arches that seemed to be held in place by harmony rather than physics. Before this temple of crystallized silence sat a figure whose very presence seemed to still all unnecessary noise, while amplifying only those sounds that brought peace. This was Bragi, the god of music and poetry. But here he appeared not as the boisterous skald of earthly legends, but as the keeper of the deepest harmonies, those subtle vibrations that could tune a troubled soul back to its natural frequency of peace. His appearance was both ancient and eternally youthful, with hair that seemed to be woven from moonbeams and starlight, flowing in gentle waves that moved in rhythm with melodies only he could hear. His robes were cut from what might have been materialized music, their fabric shifting between different shades as various harmonies surfaced and faded within the weave. Sometimes the robes showed the deep blue of bass notes that resonated in the chest. Sometimes the silver of high tones that seemed to dance around the edges of hearing. In his hands, Bragi held an instrument that existed nowhere in the mortal realm. A harp whose strings appeared to be made from rays of moonlight, whose frame was carved from wood that had grown in groves where only lullabies were sung. When his fingers touched these impossible strings, the sounds that emerged were not just music, but something deeper, vibrations that could reach into the very cells of a listener's body and remind them of their natural rhythm of peace. As Einar approached, Bragi began to play, and the music that flowed from his moonlight harp was unlike anything they had ever experienced. Each note seemed to find a corresponding resonance within their being, awakening memories not of specific moments, but of states of consciousness. The profound calm that comes with deep meditation, the perfect satisfaction of a perfectly completed task, the sense of absolute rightness that occasionally graces a life when everything falls into harmony. "Welcome, seeker of the deepest rest," Bragi said, his voice itself a form of music that seemed to harmonize with the ongoing symphony of the plateau. "You have traveled far and received many gifts, but perhaps the most important lesson remains: the understanding that peace is not something to be grasped or achieved, but something to be remembered through the simple act of listening." His fingers continued to move across the moonlight strings, each note seeming to release another knot of tension from Einar's being. This was not just the physical relaxation they had experienced in Eir's pools, but something even deeper, the letting go of the very effort to find peace, the relaxation of the searching itself. "Tell me," Bragi continued, his music weaving around his words like gentle wind through chimes. "What sounds haunt your sleepless nights? What noises, internal or external, create the cacophony that drowns out the natural lullaby of existence?" Einar found themselves speaking of the endless chatter of anxious thoughts, the harsh inner voice that cataloged worries and replayed embarrassments, the way ordinary household sounds became amplified into disturbances when sleep remained elusive. They described the irony of lying in perfect external silence, while their inner world raged with noise, fears about the future, regrets about the past, judgments about their failure to sleep, creating more barriers to rest. "Ah," Bragi nodded with infinite understanding, his music shifting to tones that seemed designed specifically to dissolve the very anxieties Einar described. "You have been listening to the wrong music, dear soul. The mind, when left to its own devices, tends toward discord. It creates symphonies of worry, orchestras of anxiety, entire operas of unnecessary suffering. But beneath all this noise, the true music plays on, waiting only for you to remember how to hear it." He gestured toward the temple of crystallized silence behind him, and as Einar looked more carefully, They could see that its transparent walls contained moving patterns, visual representations of the deeper harmonies that constantly surrounded all living beings. These were not random designs, but the actual architecture of peace itself. The geometric forms that existed when consciousness aligned with its natural rhythm. "Come," Bragi invited, rising from where he sat with fluid grace. "Let me teach you the art of listening to the music that exists beneath all noise, the eternal symphony that plays constantly in the background of existence. Once you learn to hear this, no amount of external clamor can disturb your inner quiet." As they approached the temple, Einar could feel something shifting in their awareness. The constant low-level hum of mental activity that had been their background soundtrack for years began to fade, replaced by something infinitely more subtle and beautiful. It was as if they had been straining to hear a conversation in a noisy restaurant and suddenly realized that by shifting their attention, they could hear music that had been playing all along. The interior of the temple was a marvel of acoustic engineering that transcended physical possibility. The space seemed both intimately small and infinitely vast, with walls that somehow managed to be both perfectly reflective and completely absorptive. Sound here behaved according to the laws of harmony rather than physics. Harsh noises were automatically softened into beauty, while peaceful tones were amplified and enriched beyond their earthly potential. Scattered throughout the space were what appeared to be meditation chambers, each one designed to attune its occupant to a different aspect of the cosmic symphony. Some chambers focused on the deep bass notes that resonated in the earth itself, others on the high, crystalline tones that seemed to emanate from the stars. Still others were tuned to the middle frequencies, where the human heart found its most natural rhythm. Each chamber, Bragi explained as they walked through the temple, offers training in a different aspect of listening. This first one teaches you to hear the music of your own being, the symphony that your healthy body naturally plays when all its systems are in harmony. He led Einar into a chamber whose walls seemed to pulse gently with a rhythm that immediately felt familiar. As they settled into a seat that appeared to be carved from a single enormous crystal, Einar realized they were hearing their own heartbeat, but not as the simple percussion of blood through arteries. Instead, their heart was revealed as the conductor of an entire orchestra, coordinating the rhythm of breathing, the flow of energy through meridians, the subtle pulses that moved through every cell. "Listen," Bragi whispered, and his voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "This is the music your body plays when it remembers how to be at peace. Every healthy organism is essentially a symphony, all its parts working together in perfect harmony. when you learn to listen to this music, you cannot help but relax into its rhythm. As Einar listened, they became aware of layers of sound they had never noticed. The gentle whisper of air moving through their lungs, the soft percussion of their pulse in different parts of their body, even the subtle electrical hum of their nervous system when it was functioning in balance rather than stress. These sounds wove together into a composition of such beauty and complexity that it brought tears to their eyes. This music plays constantly, Bragi continued, but anxiety drowns it out with its harsh noise. Tonight, when you lay your head upon your pillow, remember to listen for this inner symphony. Let it be your lullaby, guiding you into the rhythm of natural rest. They moved to another chamber, this one attuned to the frequencies of the natural world. Here, Einar could hear the deep, slow breathing of mountains, the patient circulation of ocean currents, the gentle rotation of the earth itself. These were rhythms so vast and slow that they were normally beyond human perception. But in this sacred space, they became audible as the deepest bass notes in existence's symphony. This is the music of belonging, Bragi explained. When you align your rhythm with these cosmic frequencies, you remember that you are not separate from the natural world, but part of its endless song. Anxiety tells you that you are alone and must fight for survival. But this deeper music reminds you that you are held and supported by forces more ancient and reliable than any worry. The sensation of belonging was overwhelming in its beauty. Einar felt their individual concerns dissolving into something much larger and more supportive. The patient rhythm of seasons turning, the reliable cycles of moon and tides, the steady progression of stars across eternal skies. In the context of these vast harmonies, their personal struggles seemed not worthless, but beautifully small, like a single note in a symphony so magnificent that every sound had its perfect place. In the chamber's center stood a fountain unlike any in the earthly realm. Instead of water, it flowed with liquid music, visible melodies that cascaded in spirals of light and sound, creating patterns that were simultaneously heard and seen. The fountain sang a lullaby that seemed to have been composed specifically for Einar's soul, incorporating elements from every peaceful moment they had ever experienced, weaving them into something even more beautiful than the sum of its parts. Drink, Bragi offered, producing a cup that seemed to be carved from crystallized silence. This is the water of deep listening, distilled from the most peaceful sounds that have ever existed. It will attune your hearing so that you can always find the music of peace, no matter how noisy your environment might seem. Einar accepted the cup with hands that had grown completely steady, their nervous system now entrained to the deep rhythms they had been hearing. The liquid music flowed down their throat like harmony made tangible, spreading through their body in waves of sound that reached every cell, every organ, every system. As they drank, they felt their entire being retuning itself, like an instrument being adjusted by a master musician, until every string resonated in perfect harmony. The effect was immediate and profound. The constant background chatter of anxious thoughts, which had provided the soundtrack to their consciousness for so long they had stopped noticing it, simply stopped. In its place came something infinitely more beautiful, the actual sound of their own peaceful awareness, like a clear bell ringing in mountain air. Perfect, Bragi smiled, and his approval carried within it harmonies that made Einar's heart sing. Now you will always be able to hear the music of peace, no matter what other sounds might be present. This is not about eliminating noise from your environment, but about learning to listen for the deeper music that exists within and beneath all sound. As they prepared to leave the temple, Bragi presented Einar with a final gift, a small set of chimes that seemed to be made from the same crystallized silence as the temple walls. These chimes of inner harmony, he explained, will help you remember the music of peace whenever you need it. Simply hold them near your heart and think of this moment, and you will hear again the symphony of your own peaceful nature. The chimes were impossibly light, seeming to weigh no more than captured melodies, and when Einar touched them gently together, they produced sounds that were felt more than heard, vibrations that went directly to the soul without passing through the ears. The tones seemed to resonate with the accumulated gifts they now carried, creating harmonics between the vial of healing water, the mirror of true recognition, the dream pillow, and now these musical keys to inner peace. Remember, Bragi said as they walked together toward the temple's entrance, silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of the deepest music. Tonight, when you lay down to rest, listen for the lullaby that existence is always singing to its children. Let yourself be carried by its rhythm into the deepest sleep you have ever known. Outside the temple, the plateau had transformed as the eternal twilight deepened into something even more beautiful. The air itself seemed to shimmer with barely audible music, and Einar realized they could now hear what had always been there, the gentle song that the universe hummed to itself, the cosmic lullaby that played constantly in the background of all existence. The path ahead led upward once again, winding toward peaks that seemed to exist beyond the normal boundaries of space and time. As Einar began to climb, they felt the music of their own being synchronizing perfectly with the deeper rhythms around them, creating a harmony so complete that walking became a form of dance, breathing became a form of singing, and simply existing became a celebration of the profound peace they had discovered. Chapter 6: The Keeper of Sacred Waters. The path from Bragi's temple of crystallized music wound ever upward through landscapes that grew increasingly ethereal with each step. Here, the boundary between physical and spiritual had dissolved so completely that thoughts took on visible form. Emotions became colors that painted the air, and peaceful intentions manifested as gentle breezes that carried away the last vestiges of accumulated tension. Einar walked in perfect rhythm with the cosmic lullaby they could now hear clearly. Their footsteps creating soft percussion that harmonized with the deeper music of existence. The gifts they carried had begun to merge with their essential being, the healing water flowing through their veins, the mirror's true reflection shining from their eyes, the dream pillow's peaceful essence radiating from their very presence, the chime's harmony resonating in every cell. The landscape through which they now traveled existed in a state of perpetual dawn, where soft pearl light painted everything in shades of hope and renewal. Crystalline formations jutted from the mountainside like frozen music, their surfaces reflecting not just light, but the peaceful intentions of all who passed by. Between these crystal gardens, streams of liquid light cascaded down the mountain faces, their gentle murmur adding descant melodies to the symphony of peace that filled this realm. As the path crested a ridge, Einar found themselves gazing upon a sight that took their breath away. Spread before them was a vast lake that seemed to contain not water, but liquid tranquility itself. A surface so still and perfect that it reflected not just the pearl-bright sky above, but dimensions of reality that existed beyond normal perception. The lake's waters showed glimpses of every peaceful moment that had ever been or ever could be, creating a living mandala of rest and restoration. At the lake's center rose an island that appeared to be carved from a single enormous moonstone, its surface glowing with gentle opalescent fire. Upon this island stood a temple unlike any Einar had yet encountered. Its walls seemed to be made from crystallized compassion, transparent, yet somehow containing infinite depth. The temple's spires twisted gracefully upward like frozen water spouts, their surfaces rippling with liquid light that flowed in patterns too beautiful and complex for earthly eyes to fully comprehend. Between the shore and the island, a bridge extended across the lake's surface, not built above the water, but somehow existing within it, creating a path of solid light through the liquid tranquility. As Einar stepped onto this luminous walkway, they felt the lake's peace rising up through their feet, traveling through their body like gentle waves that washed away the last traces of any stress they might have been carrying. The temple at the bridge's end was presided over by a figure whose very presence seemed to calm the waters of existence itself. This was Ægir, the ancient god of the sea. But here, he appeared not as the sometimes turbulent ocean deity of earthly myths, but as the keeper of the deepest waters, those profound depths where all anxiety dissolves into peace, where all restlessness finds its natural stillness. His appearance was both ancient and timeless, with hair and beard that seemed to be woven from sea foam and starlight, flowing in gentle currents that followed rhythms deeper than any earthly tide. His robes were cut from what appeared to be water itself, somehow maintaining their form while flowing and shifting like liquid silk. His eyes were the deep blue-green of ocean trenches, holding within them the vast patience of waters that had existed since the world began. In his hands, Ægir held a conch shell that seemed to contain the sound of every peaceful wave that had ever touched shore, every gentle rain that had ever brought relief to parched earth, every stream that had ever murmured lullabies to sleeping valleys. When he raised this shell to his lips, the sound that emerged was not just music, but the very essence of fluid peace, the quality that water possessed to always find its perfect level, to flow around obstacles rather than fighting them, to wear down the hardest stone through gentle persistence. "Welcome, traveler of the deep currents," Ægir said, his voice carrying the resonance of vast underwater caves, where silence was so complete it became its own form of music. "You have journeyed far through the realm of dreams and healing, gathering gifts that have transformed your very being. Now, you come to the source from which all peace flows, the sacred waters that exist at the heart of existence itself." As he spoke, the lake around them began to glow more brightly, its surface revealing deeper layers of tranquility that had been hidden beneath what had already seemed like perfect peace. Einar could see that this water was somehow the source of all the healing streams they had encountered on their journey. The fountain in Nótt's forest, the pools in Ægir's healing sanctuary, the musical waters in Bragi's temple, all flowed from this central source, this primordial lake where peace itself had been born. "These are the waters of original rest," Ægir explained, gesturing toward the luminous lake with movements that created gentle ripples of light across its surface. Before the first anxiety was ever felt, before the first sleepless night was ever endured, this peace existed. It is the peace that underlies all existence, the fundamental tranquility from which all things arise and to which all things return. The concept was so vast, it made Einar's newly peaceful mind reel slightly. The idea that their personal struggles with sleep were somehow connected to this cosmic ocean of tranquility seemed both humbling and incredibly comforting. They were not alone in their journey toward rest, but part of something infinitely larger and more supportive. "Come," Ægir invited, beginning to move toward the temple with the fluid grace of one who had spent eternity in perfect harmony with water's natural rhythms. "Let me show you the deepest source of healing, the ultimate pool from which all restoration flows." The temple's interior was a marvel that transcended physical possibility. The walls curved inward and upward, forming a perfect sphere whose entire inner surface was covered with flowing water that somehow defied gravity to move in spirals and cascades that never fell. This water was different from any they had yet encountered. It seemed to contain not just peace, but the very essence of letting go. The fundamental relaxation that existed at the core of all existence. At the temple's center, a pool of this impossible water reflected not the ceiling above, but the depths below. Infinite layers of tranquility that extended down through dimensions of peace that had no bottom. This was the well of ultimate release, Ægir explained, the source from which all other healing waters flowed. "Here," he said, his voice echoing strangely in the spherical chamber, "you will experience the deepest form of peace possible. Not just the absence of anxiety, but the presence of the fundamental ease that exists when consciousness stops struggling against itself." As Einar gazed into the well's infinite depths, they saw reflected there not their physical form, but something much deeper, the essence of their being when all effort had been released, when all struggle had been surrendered, when even the desire for peace had dissolved into the simple, natural state of being that was peace itself. "This is not sleep as you have known it," Ægir continued, "but the deep rest from which all sleep arises, the primordial quietude that exists before dreams, beyond thoughts, at the very foundation of consciousness itself. To experience this is to remember that you are not someone who occasionally finds peace, but someone who is essentially made of peace itself." The water in the well began to glow more brightly, and Einar could feel something within there being responding to its call. Not their mind or their emotions, but something even deeper, the part of themselves that existed before personality, before individual concerns, before even the concept of self and other had arisen. "Will you enter?" Ægir asked gently. "Will you surrender to the deepest waters and remember what you are when all effort has been released?" Without hesitation, Einar stepped into the well. The water was not wet in any ordinary sense, but seemed to be made of pure letting go itself. As they sank into its depths, they felt layer after layer of identity dissolving, not disappearing, but revealing itself to be temporary clothing worn over something infinitely more fundamental. First to dissolve was the identity as someone who has trouble sleeping. That particular story simply evaporated in the face of the deeper truth that they were consciousness itself, which neither slept nor woke, but simply was. Next went the accumulated history of struggle and effort, revealing that beneath all striving was a being who had never actually needed to strive for anything, who was already complete and perfect as they were. Deeper and deeper, they sank into the waters of ultimate release, until even the sense of being an individual seeker on a journey dissolved into something much more vast and beautiful. They were not someone who had come to find peace, but the peace itself, temporarily imagining that it was lost. They were not a separate being trying to connect with some distant source of tranquility, but the very tranquility that was the source of all being. In the deepest depths of the well, time and space lost all meaning. There was no Einar and no journey, no gifts to be received and no healing to be accomplished. There was only the fundamental ease of existence itself, consciousness resting in its own nature, like space enjoying its own spaciousness, like silence appreciating its own quietude. How long they remained in this state of ultimate dissolution was impossible to say. In that depth, duration had no meaning. There was only the eternal now of pure being, consciousness enjoying its own unlimited nature, without any need to be anything other than what it essentially was. When awareness began to differentiate again, it was with the gentle grace of dawn, rather than the jarring shock of ordinary awakening. Einar found themselves floating peacefully in the well. But now, they carried within their being the direct experience of what they truly were, not a limited individual struggling with sleep problems, but infinite consciousness temporarily playing at being human, temporarily experiencing the adventure of forgetting and remembering its own nature. Beautiful, Ægir murmured, his voice seeming to come from the water itself. You have touched the source from which all peace flows. This experience will never leave you, for you have remembered what you essentially are. No amount of temporary forgetting can change this fundamental truth. As Einar emerged from the well, they felt completely transformed, yet utterly unchanged. They were still themselves, still carrying their human life and concerns. But now these were held within the vast context of their true nature, consciousness itself, which was naturally peaceful, naturally at rest, naturally free from any problems that might seem to arise within it. Ægir presented them with the final gift of their journey, a small vial of the ultimate water, the peace that existed at the foundation of all existence. Unlike the other containers they carried, this one seemed to be made of compressed space itself, somehow containing infinite peace within an infinitely small form. This, he said as Einar accepted the impossible vial, contains not healing water, but the recognition of what you essentially are. Whenever you forget, and forgetting is natural for humans, simply hold this vial and remember the depths you have touched. Remember that you are not someone who occasionally experiences peace, but the peace itself, temporarily wearing the costume of a human being. As they prepared to leave the temple, Ægir offered one final blessing. Tonight, when you lay down to rest in your earthly bed, you will not be trying to achieve sleep, but simply allowing consciousness to rest in its own nature. This is the deepest sleep possible, not unconsciousness, but consciousness so at ease with itself that dreams become unnecessary, effort becomes impossible, and rest becomes the most natural thing in the world. The journey back across the lake felt like floating rather than walking, each step supported not just by the bridge of light, but by the recognition of their own essential nature, the accumulated gifts they carried: safety, healing, restored memory, beautiful dreams, inner harmony, and now ultimate recognition, had become so integrated into their being that they no longer felt like separate additions, but like the natural expression of what they had always been. As the temple faded behind them, and the path led toward the final stages of their journey through the realm of dreams, Einar felt a profound gratitude wash through their being, not gratitude for something received from outside, but the deep appreciation that arises when one remembers the infinite treasure that was never actually lost, only temporarily forgotten. Chapter 7: The Gatherer of Gentle Hours. Beyond the lake of ultimate tranquility, the path led through a landscape that existed in a state of perpetual gentle transformation. Here, seasons blended seamlessly into one another. Spring flowers bloomed beside autumn leaves, while snow fell softly on summer meadows, all somehow existing in perfect harmony rather than contradiction. This was the realm where time itself had learned to move like water, flowing naturally without the harsh divisions that characterized the waking world. Einar walked through this timeless wonderland feeling more like themselves than they ever had, while paradoxically being less identified with any particular self than ever before. The gifts they carried had become so thoroughly integrated into their being that they no longer felt like possessions, but like natural expressions of their essential nature. They were no longer someone seeking peace, but peace itself walking in human form through a landscape of infinite gentleness. The path wound between hills that seemed to be covered with the softest velvet, their surfaces changing color with each shift of the pearl-bright light that illuminated this realm. Sometimes the hills were the deep green of summer forests, sometimes the gold of autumn grain, sometimes the silver white of fresh snow, and sometimes colors that had no names in any earthly language, hues that existed only in the space between waking and sleeping, between one breath and the next. As Einar crested a particularly beautiful rise, they found themselves looking down into a valley that took their breath away with its simple perfection. Here, time moved in visible waves, like gentle currents in a still pond. The air itself seemed to shimmer with temporality, made visible, past, present, and future flowing together in spirals of light that created the most beautiful auroras imaginable. In the center of this valley stood a structure that appeared to be built from crystallized moments, not crystal as earthly minds understood it, but time itself compressed into translucent beauty. The building seemed to exist in several temporal dimensions simultaneously, showing glimpses of different seasons, different times of day, different phases of the eternal cycle that governed all peaceful rest. Before this temple of time sat a figure whose very presence seemed to slow the world to its most natural pace. This was Jörð, the Earth Mother, the eternal feminine principle that governed the gentle cycles of growth and rest, activity and restoration. Her appearance shifted gently as Einar watched, sometimes showing her as a young woman with flowers in her hair, sometimes as a mother with infinite patience, sometimes as an elder whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. Her robes seemed to be woven from the fabric of seasons themselves, changing from the fresh green of spring growth to the rich gold of harvest time, to the pristine white of winter, rest to the tender pastels of awakening life. These changes flowed so naturally that they seemed less like transformation than like the gentle breathing of time itself. In her lap, Jörð held what appeared to be a spinning wheel, but instead of thread, she was spinning time itself, drawing out golden strands of peaceful hours, silver threads of restful nights, platinum filaments of the perfect moments, when consciousness rested so completely in its own nature that time seemed to stop altogether. "Welcome, child of all seasons," Jörð said, her voice carrying the warmth of summer afternoons and the crystalline clarity of winter mornings, the fresh hope of spring dawns, and the mellow satisfaction of autumn evenings. You have traveled through many realms and received many gifts, but perhaps the most important lesson still awaits: the understanding that peace exists not in any particular moment, but in the gentle rhythm that connects all moments. As she spoke, her spinning wheel continued its gentle rotation, and Einar could see that the time being spun contained no anxiety, no rushing, no sense of hours being wasted or moments being lost. This was time as it existed in its natural state, unhurried, unworried, flowing like honey in warm sunshine, from one perfect moment to the next. Tell me, Jörð continued, her fingers never pausing in their gentle work. What is your relationship with time in the world from which you come? Do you feel that there is enough time for rest? Or do you always feel pressed by urgency, driven by the sense that sleep is somehow stealing precious hours from productivity? The question touched something deep in Einar's consciousness. They realized that much of their anxiety around sleep had indeed been connected to time. The fear that lying awake was wasting hours, that sleeping late meant missing opportunities, that rest was somehow a failure to make proper use of life's limited duration. Time in the ordinary world had become an enemy rather than an ally, a scarce resource to be hoarded rather than a gift to be enjoyed. Ah, Jörð nodded with infinite understanding, her spinning wheel creating spirals of golden peace that seemed to slow the very air around them. You have been living in what we call anxious time, the perception that there is never enough, that every moment must be optimized. That rest is a luxury you cannot afford. But this is an illusion, dear child. Time, in its true nature, is abundant beyond measure. She gestured toward the valley around them, where temporal currents flowed in visible waves of light and color. Look around you. Does time here seem scarce or abundant? Does it feel rushed or leisurely? This is time as it exists in its essential nature, infinite, unhurried, always providing exactly what is needed. Indeed, as Einar observed the valley more carefully, they could see that time here moved with perfect grace. There was no sense of urgency, no feeling that moments were being lost or wasted. Instead, each instant seemed to contain infinite depth, infinite possibility for rest and renewal. Time was not a river rushing toward some distant ocean, but a still pool in which consciousness could rest at its own perfect pace. Come, Jörð invited, rising from her spinning wheel with movements that seemed to slow time itself around her. Let me show you the chambers where different qualities of time are preserved, the hours that heal, the moments that restore, the spaces between seconds where true rest resides. She led Einar toward the temple of crystallized time, and as they approached, they could see that its walls contained countless small chambers, each one holding a different type of temporal experience. Some chambers glowed with the warm gold of lazy Sunday afternoons, others with the silver radiance of peaceful midnight hours, still others with the opalescent light of dawn moments, when time seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of beauty. This first chamber, Jörð explained as they entered the temple, contains what we call healing time, those precious hours when rest comes naturally, when the body and spirit repair themselves without effort or struggle. The chamber she indicated was filled with time that moved like honey in sunlight, slow, golden, perfectly patient. As Einar stepped into this temporal field, they felt their entire being adjusting to its rhythm. Their heartbeat slowed to match the chamber's peaceful pulse. Their breathing deepened and lengthened, and their thoughts began to move with the unhurried grace of clouds drifting across an endless sky. "Feel how time moves here," Jörð said softly. "There is no rush, no pressure, no sense that you should be anywhere else or doing anything else. This is time that exists purely for the purpose of restoration, hours that have no goal other than healing, moments that exist solely to provide rest." The experience was profoundly liberating. For the first time in years, Einar felt completely free from the tyranny of productivity, the pressure to make every moment count towards some external goal. They could simply be, simply exist in the gentle flow of time that had no purpose other than their own restoration and peace. "Now this chamber," Jörð continued, leading them to another space that seemed to pulse with even deeper rhythms, "contains what we call eternal time, the moments when consciousness rests so completely in its own nature that duration becomes meaningless." This chamber contained time that barely moved at all, like the surface of a perfectly still lake on a windless day. Stepping into it, Einar felt their awareness expanding beyond the normal boundaries of past and future into something that was simply present, eternally, perfectly, completely present. In this state, sleep was not something that might happen in the future or something that had been elusive in the past, but the natural condition of consciousness when it stopped trying to be anywhere other than where it was. "This is the time that governs true rest," Jörð explained, her voice seeming to come from eternity itself. "Not the time of clocks and schedules, but the timelessness in which all healing occurs. When you sleep tonight in your earthly bed, it will be in this eternal time, not struggling against duration, but resting in the changeless peace that exists beyond all temporal concerns." They visited chamber after chamber, each one containing different qualities of restorative time. There was the time of gentle dawns, when consciousness emerged naturally from sleep, like flowers opening to sunlight. There was the time of healing dusk, when awareness settled naturally into rest, like birds returning to their nests. There was the time of deep midnight, when consciousness could rest so completely in its own depths that no dreams were necessary. In the temple's center stood the master chamber, containing what Jörð called the time of perfect rest. This space existed in a state of temporal suspension, so complete that even the concept of time seemed to dissolve into pure being. Here, Einar experienced what it was like when consciousness stopped measuring itself against duration and simply enjoyed its own timeless nature. "This," Jörð said as they rested together in the center of perfect temporal peace, is the time in which you will always sleep from now on, not the anxious time that counts minutes of insomnia or measures hours of inadequate rest, but this eternal now in which consciousness simply enjoys being itself. As they prepared to leave the temple, Jörð presented Einar with a gift that seemed almost impossibly delicate, a small hourglass made from crystallized starlight, its sand appearing to be compressed moments of perfect peace. But this hourglass behaved unlike any earthly timepiece. Instead of measuring duration, it created timelessness. When turned, the flowing sand somehow expanded each moment into infinity, allowing consciousness to rest in the eternal, now regardless of what clocks might be measuring. This hourglass of eternal rest, Jörð explained, will help you remember that true rest exists outside of time. Whenever you feel pressed by temporal anxieties, the worry that you're not sleeping enough hours, the concern that rest is taking time away from productivity, simply hold this hourglass and remember the chambers you have visited here. The hourglass was warm to the touch and seemed to pulse with its own gentle rhythm, a temporal heartbeat that synchronized immediately with Einar's own. As they held it, they felt their entire relationship with time transforming. No longer an enemy to be fought or a resource to be conserved, time became a gentle ally in the service of their own restoration and peace. Remember, Jörð said, as they walked together toward the temple's entrance, healing happens in its own time, which is always perfect. Tonight, when you lay down to rest, you will not be sleeping according to clock time, but according to soul time, the eternal rhythm that governs all natural restoration. Outside the temple, the valley had transformed in their absence, or perhaps their perception had deepened enough to see what had always been there. The flowing currents of visible time now revealed themselves as infinite streams of gentle moments, each one perfect for rest, each one containing exactly what was needed for healing and renewal. As Einar prepared to continue their journey toward the final stages of their healing pilgrimage, they felt the accumulated gifts they carried taking on new dimensions. The safety from not now existed in eternal time rather than temporary moments. The healing from Ægir flowed according to natural rhythms rather than forced schedules. The restored memories from Mímir were timeless rather than bound to particular moments. The dreams from Frigg unfolded in their own perfect duration. The harmony from Bragi resonated in eternal frequencies. The ultimate peace from Ægir existed beyond all temporal concerns. The path ahead led upward once more, toward peaks that seemed to exist at the very edge of the dreaming realm. As they walked, Einar felt time flowing around them like a gentle river, carrying them not towards some distant destination, but but deeper into the eternal now, where all true rest resided. Each step was taken in perfect time, not too fast, not too slow, but at exactly the pace that consciousness naturally chose when freed from all temporal anxiety. Chapter 8: The Whisperer of Deep Wisdom. The path beyond the valley of crystallized time led through landscapes that existed at the very edge of the dreaming realm, where the boundary between consciousness and cosmos had become so thin as to be almost non-existent. Here, thoughts took on the weight of mountains. Emotions painted themselves across skies that stretched into infinity, and the very air seemed pregnant with wisdom that had been accumulating since the first dreams were ever dreamed. Einar walked through this realm of ultimate subtlety, feeling as though they were floating, rather than moving through any ordinary space. The accumulated gifts they carried had become so thoroughly integrated into their being that they no longer felt like separate treasures, but like natural expressions of consciousness itself. Safety, healing, memory, dreams, harmony, ultimate peace, and perfect time all flowing together into something that was simply their own essential nature, temporarily disguised as a human seeking rest. The landscape here defied all earthly categories. Mountains grew downward into skies that had forgotten the difference between up and down. Rivers flowed in spirals through dimensions that existed perpendicular to ordinary space. Gardens bloomed with flowers that were actually crystallized thoughts. Their petals formed from the most beautiful ideas that had ever brought peace to a troubled mind. As the path wound between these impossible formations, Einar began to hear something that was not quite sound, but not quite silence either. A presence that seemed to exist in the spaces between notes, in the pause between one breath and the next, in the infinite moment that existed between sleeping and waking. This was the sound of deep wisdom itself, consciousness recognizing its own unlimited nature. The path eventually led to a grove where trees grew that existed in no earthly forest. These were the trees of deep knowing, their trunks formed from crystallized understanding, their branches reaching into dimensions of awareness that had no names. Their leaves were translucent pages containing the essence of every insight that had ever brought peace to a seeker, every realization that had ever transformed suffering into freedom. In the center of this grove stood a figure who seemed to be both ancient beyond measure and eternally fresh, like wisdom itself taking temporary form. This was Odin, but not the warrior god of earthly legends. Here he appeared as the eternal seeker, the consciousness that had tasted all experiences and found in them the same essential nature, the one who had discovered that all seeking eventually led back to the simple recognition of what had been present all along. His appearance shifted gently as Einar approached, sometimes showing him as an aged wanderer whose eyes held the depth of all experience, sometimes as a figure of indeterminate age whose very presence radiated the peace that comes from having seen through all illusions. His single eye, for he had traded the other for wisdom, seemed to contain not just sight, but insight, not just perception, but the deep recognition of what perception itself actually was. Around his shoulders hung a cloak that seemed to be woven from the fabric of understanding itself, its surface showing glimpses of every truth that had ever set a seeker free. In his hands, he held not the spear of earthly myths, but something far more subtle, a staff that appeared to be carved from crystallized awareness, a tool for pointing consciousness back to its own essential nature. 2 ravens perched on his shoulders, but these were not ordinary birds. These were Hugin and Munin, thought and memory. But here they appeared as pure principles rather than physical creatures. They seemed to be made from the essence of remembering and forgetting, the eternal dance between seeking and finding that characterized all conscious experience. Welcome, seeker who has traveled to the very edge of seeking, Odin said, his voice carrying resonances that seemed to come from the depths of consciousness itself. You have journeyed far and gathered many gifts, but perhaps the most important gift has been given gradually. The recognition that what you have been seeking was what you essentially are. As he spoke, the ravens on his shoulders seemed to whisper in languages that bypassed the mind entirely, speaking directly to the heart of understanding. Hugin carried messages about the nature of thought itself, how it arose and dissolved in consciousness like waves on an infinite ocean, how even anxious thoughts were simply consciousness playing with itself, harmless movements on the surface of an ocean too vast to be disturbed by any temporary activity. Munin whispered about the true nature of memory, not personal history stored in some mental filing cabinet, but the eternal remembrance of what one essentially was, the memory that existed before birth and would continue after death, the recollection of consciousness by consciousness of its own unlimited nature. Tell me, Odin continued, settling onto what appeared to be a throne carved from a single enormous tree root, though the tree to which it had belonged seemed to exist in several dimensions simultaneously. What have you learned about the nature of rest? Not the practical techniques for sleeping better, but the deeper understanding of what rest actually is. The question stirred something profound in Einar's awareness. Through their journey, they had indeed learned practical things, how to feel safe, how to heal accumulated tension, how to remember their capacity for peace. But beneath all these specific gifts was a deeper recognition that was just beginning to dawn in their consciousness. "I think," Einar said slowly, their words seeming to take visible form in the crystal-clear air of the grove, "that rest is not something I do, but something I am, not a state I achieve, but my essential nature temporarily forgotten." Odin smiled, and his approval seemed to make the very trees around them hum with harmonious recognition. "Beautiful," he said. "You begin to understand. Rest is not the opposite of activity, just as peace is not the opposite of movement. Rest is the unchanging awareness in which all activity appears and disappears, the eternal stillness that is present whether you are awake or asleep, anxious or calm, seeking or finding." He gestured toward the grove around them, where consciousness itself seemed to have taken visible form as dancing lights that moved between the crystalline trees. "Everything you see here, the healing pools, the temples of memory and dreams, the valleys of perfect time, all of this exists within consciousness. Not consciousness as something personal or individual, but consciousness as the fundamental nature of everything that appears to exist." The ravens whispered more deeply now, their voices carrying insights that penetrated directly to the core of understanding. They spoke of how consciousness was like space, utterly empty, yet allowing all forms to appear within it. Completely peaceful, yet permitting all activity to unfold within its embrace. Eternally unchanged, yet serving as the stage upon which all change could dance. "This is why," Odin continued, "no amount of external manipulation can create true rest. Whether you change your environment, your thoughts, your physical condition, or your circumstances, you are still trying to modify appearances within consciousness rather than recognizing consciousness itself. It is like trying to make space more spacious or silence more quiet. Unnecessary effort applied to something that is already perfect as it is." As these words settled into Einar's understanding, they felt something fundamental shifting at the very core of their being. All the seeking, all the effort to find peace and rest, all the struggle against sleeplessness, it began to reveal itself as consciousness trying to improve upon consciousness, awareness attempting to perfect awareness. The very nature that was inherently peaceful trying to become more peaceful. But the seeking was not a mistake, Odin said gently, his single eye seeming to see directly into the heart of Einar's emerging understanding. Consciousness enjoys playing the game of forgetting and remembering its own nature, the journey through anxiety and back to peace, the path from sleeplessness to rest, is simply consciousness exploring its own infinite creativity. He rose from his root throne and moved toward a pool that Einar had not noticed before. a small, perfectly circular basin that seemed to contain liquid understanding rather than water. "This is the well of ultimate recognition," he explained. "Not another healing pool, but something that reveals what you have always been looking at, but perhaps not quite seeing." As Einar approached the well and looked into its depths, they saw something that was both shocking and utterly natural. Instead of their reflection, they saw pure awareness itself, not awareness of anything in particular, but awareness aware of its own nature. It was like looking into a mirror that reflected not form, but the very capacity to see, not objects, but the consciousness in which all objects appeared. "This is what you are," Odin said softly. "Not the body that sleeps or stays awake, not the mind that thinks anxious thoughts or peaceful ones, not the person who has problems with insomnia or success with rest. You are the awareness in which all these experiences appear, utterly untouched by them, completely peaceful regardless of what forms of activity or rest might be manifesting within you." The recognition was not intellectual, but immediate and undeniable. Einar saw directly that they were the consciousness in which their entire journey had taken place, the awareness that had experienced anxiety and peace, seeking and finding, sleeplessness and rest. This awareness had never actually been disturbed by any of these experiences, just as space is never disturbed by the objects that appear within it. "Now you understand why all the gifts you have received have worked so effortlessly," Odin continued. "They were not adding something new to your experience, but revealing what was already present: the safety, the healing, the memory, the dreams, the harmony, the peace, the perfect time. All of these are natural qualities of consciousness itself, temporarily obscured by the illusion that you were something other than consciousness." The ravens whispered more urgently now, their voices carrying the final insights that would complete Einar's transformation. They spoke of how even the anxiety and sleeplessness had been perfect expressions of consciousness, exploring its own infinite creativity. Nothing had ever actually been wrong. Consciousness had simply been playing the game of forgetting its own peaceful nature, and then gradually remembering it. "This recognition," Odin said, his staff beginning to glow with the light of pure understanding, "is the deepest gift of all. Not something you will carry with you, but something you will recognize yourself to be. Tonight, when you return to your earthly bed, you will not be someone trying to sleep, but consciousness itself, naturally resting in its own nature." He reached into the folds of his cloak of understanding and withdrew something that was both everything and nothing, a gift that seemed to contain all possibilities while weighing no more than a thought. "This is the gift of ultimate recognition," he said, offering it to Einar. "It is not an object, but an insight, not a tool, but a revelation. It is the recognition that you are the peace you have been seeking, the rest you have been trying to achieve, the consciousness in which all sleeping and waking appears. As Einar accepted this impossible gift, they felt the final pieces of their transformation clicking into place. All the accumulated treasures they carried suddenly revealed themselves to be reflections of this one ultimate recognition that they were not someone who had consciousness, but consciousness itself, temporarily playing the role of someone seeking peace. The recognition was so simple and obvious, it was almost laughable. How had they missed something so fundamental? They were the very awareness in which the search for rest had taken place, the consciousness that had experienced both anxiety and peace, the unchanging presence that had remained constant through all the changes of their journey. Perfect, Odin smiled, and his approval seemed to reverberate through all the dimensions of the grove. Now you are ready for the final stage of your journey, not another place to visit, but the return home to your own essential nature, carrying with you the conscious recognition of what you have always been. As they prepared to leave the grove of deep wisdom, Einar felt something that could only be described as cosmic laughter bubbling up from the depths of their being. The entire journey, beautiful and transformative as it had been, suddenly revealed itself as consciousness seeking consciousness, awareness looking for awareness, peace trying to find peace, all ultimately unnecessary, because what was being sought was what was doing the seeking. Yet the journey had been perfect in its apparent necessity. Consciousness enjoyed playing the game of forgetting and remembering, losing itself in the dream of separation, and then awakening to its own unified nature. The anxiety and sleeplessness had been as much expressions of consciousness as the peace and rest that followed, all simply the infinite creativity of awareness, exploring its own limitless nature. Remember, Odin called, as they stepped back onto the luminous path that would lead them to the final chapter of their journey. You are not taking this recognition with you. You are recognizing yourself as that which is always present, whether in sleeping or waking, in anxiety or peace, in searching or finding. This recognition is not something that can be lost, because it is what you essentially are. The path ahead led to what could only be the final destination, a place that was simultaneously the end of all journeys, and the recognition that one had never actually gone anywhere at all. As Einar walked toward this ultimate destination, they felt the profound paradox of their situation. They were someone returning home who had never actually left, someone completing a journey that had taken place entirely within their own being, someone finding what they had never actually lost. Chapter 9, The Circle Complete. The path from Odin's grove led not upward, as it had throughout most of their journey, but gently downward, as if consciousness were returning to its own natural center after exploring the far reaches of its own creativity. The landscape around them began to feel increasingly familiar, though Einar was certain they had never been here before. It was the peculiar familiarity of returning to one's deepest home, not a place visited in the past, but the eternal ground of being that had never actually been absent. As they walked, the accumulated gifts they carried, safety, healing, memory, dreams, harmony, peace, perfect time, and ultimate recognition, began to merge so completely with their being that the distinction between gift and recipient dissolved entirely. They were no longer someone who possessed these qualities, but someone who recognized themselves as the consciousness in which all these qualities naturally appeared. The landscape itself seemed to be remembering along with them the fantastical elements that had characterized the deeper reaches of the dreaming realm, gradually gave way to settings that felt both mythical and utterly natural. Ancient forests, where every tree seemed to hum with contentment. Meadows where flowers bloomed in patterns that spelled out wordless lullabies. Streams that murmured with the voices of every grandmother who had ever sung a child to sleep. As the path wound through this increasingly familiar territory, Einar began to recognize landmarks from the very beginning of their journey. There was the bridge they had crossed with Nótt, still glowing with the gentle light of eternal protection. There were the pools where Ægir had first shown them what healing could feel like, their waters still singing with restoration and renewal. Each place they passed now resonated with deeper meaning, showing how every step of their journey had been building toward this moment of complete recognition. The path eventually led to a clearing that was both exactly where they had started and completely transformed by their understanding. Here was the meadow where they had first awakened in the realm of dreams. But now it revealed itself as something far more profound, not just a place they had visited, but a reflection of their own essential nature, the peaceful ground of being that was always present beneath every experience. In the center of the meadow stood a circle of ancient stones, each one representing one of the gifts they had received on their journey. But these were not monuments to external experiences. They were recognitions of what had always been present within consciousness itself. The stone of safety glowed with the understanding that awareness was always safe, being the unchanging ground in which all changing experiences appeared. The stone of healing radiated the recognition that consciousness was inherently whole, temporarily playing with the appearance of fragmentation. At the circle's center grew a tree that was both utterly simple and infinitely magnificent. The world tree, Yggdrasil, but revealed now as the living symbol of consciousness itself, its roots extended into the deepest depths of being, drawing nourishment from the source of all existence. Its trunk represented the eternal present, the timeless now in which all experience unfolded. Its branches reached into every possible dimension of awareness, supporting infinite worlds of dream and reality. Beneath this tree, waiting with the patience of eternity itself, sat a figure who was both completely familiar and entirely new. This was themselves, not the anxious, sleep-deprived person who had begun this journey, but their own true nature revealed. This figure radiated the peace that passed all understanding, the rest that required no sleep, the contentment that needed no external conditions. As Einar approached this vision of their own essential self, they felt the final barriers of separation dissolving. The seeker and the sought, the journeyer and the destination, the one who sought rest and the rest itself, all revealed themselves to be movements within the same consciousness, waves on the surface of the same infinite ocean of being. "Welcome home," their true self said, and the voice was their own voice speaking from the depths of ultimate understanding. "You have traveled far only to discover that you never left, sought much only to find what you already were, gathered many gifts only to recognize that you are the gift itself." The recognition was complete now, undeniable and utterly natural. They had never been someone with a sleep problem, but consciousness itself playing the game of forgetting its own peaceful nature. They had never been separate from rest, but rest itself temporarily imagining that it was lost. They had never been broken and in need of healing, but wholeness itself exploring the creative possibility of appearing fragmented. "All the gifts you have received," their true self continued, "were simply reflections of what you essentially are. Safety is your nature. You are the unchanging awareness in which all temporary insecurity appears. Healing is your nature. You are the wholeness that remains constant regardless of what appears to need fixing. Peace is your nature. You are the stillness in which all movement dances." As these words were spoken, the stone circle around them began to glow more brightly, each stone revealing itself as a facet of the same diamond of understanding, memory, dreams, harmony, perfect time, ultimate recognition, all simply different ways of describing the same fundamental truth. Consciousness recognizing its own unlimited, peaceful nature. "Tonight," their true self said, rising from beneath the world tree with movements that seemed to make time itself slow and deepen. "When you return to your earthly bed, you will not be someone trying to sleep. You will be consciousness itself, naturally resting in its own nature. Sleep will not be something you achieve, but something you allow, the natural settling of awareness into its own depths. As they spoke these words, Einar felt themselves merging completely with this vision of their true nature, not becoming something new, but recognizing what they had always been. The anxious seeker dissolved into the peaceful finder. The one who had problems dissolved into the one who was the solution to all problems. The temporary person dissolved into the eternal presence that had been constant throughout all apparent changes. The meadow around them began to shimmer and fade, but not as something ending, rather as something revealing its true nature. They had never actually been anywhere other than in their own consciousness, never traveled to anywhere other than the depths of their own being, never found anything other than what they had always been. The stone circle transformed into a mandala of light that spiraled inward and outward simultaneously, carrying them back toward the world of ordinary experience, while keeping them rooted in the recognition of their extraordinary nature. The world tree became a pillar of light that connected all dimensions of their being, ensuring that they would never again lose sight of what they essentially were. As consciousness began to move toward what would appear to be awakening from this deepest of dreams, Einar felt a profound gratitude that was not directed toward anything external, but was simply the natural appreciation that awareness felt for its own infinite nature. The journey had been perfect, not because it had taken them somewhere they had never been, but because it had shown them what they had never not been. They were returning to their earthly life, carrying nothing new, yet completely transformed. They would sleep tonight not because they had learned techniques or received healing, but because they had remembered what they were, consciousness itself, naturally peaceful, inherently at rest, eternally safe in its own nature. The last thing they experienced as the dream realm faded was not loss, but completion. The recognition that this realm had never been separate from ordinary reality, but was ordinary reality seen from the perspective of its true nature. The gods and goddesses they had met were not external beings, but aspects of their own consciousness. The gifts they had received were not foreign additions, but native qualities of awareness itself. And in that recognition, as the circle of their journey completed itself, they knew with absolute certainty that tonight they would sleep the sleep of the innocent, the sleep of the healed, the sleep of those who have remembered what they are, not because anything had changed, but because they had seen through the illusion that anything had ever needed to change. Chapter 10: The Return to Rest. Consciousness emerged from the depths of the dreaming realm like a gentle sunrise, soft and gradual and utterly natural. Einar found themselves once again in their familiar bedroom, lying beneath blankets that felt different somehow, not changed in any physical way, but somehow blessed by the recognition they now carried. The room was exactly as they had left it, yet everything appeared transformed by the understanding that had dawned in the realm of dreams. The harsh edges of ordinary reality had been softened by something that could not be seen, but could not be denied. The presence of the peace they had rediscovered, the safety they had remembered, the healing they had allowed. The bedroom walls no longer felt like a prison of insomnia, but like a sanctuary where consciousness could rest in its own nature. The bed was no longer a battlefield between seeking and avoiding sleep, but a sacred space where awareness could naturally settle into its own depths. As they lay there in the gentle transition between sleeping and waking, Einar felt the accumulated gifts of their journey, not as memories of something that had happened elsewhere, but as living qualities that were now permanently woven into the fabric of their being. The vial of healing water pulsed gently against their heart, but they now understood that it contained not magical liquid, but the recognition of their own inherent wholeness. The mirror of true recognition reflected not an image, but the ongoing awareness of what they essentially were. The dream pillow cradled their head with the softness of infinite possibility, but they knew now that it was not the pillow that created peaceful dreams. It was their own recognition that consciousness was the creative principle from which all dreams arose. The chimes of inner harmony resonated in their bones, but they understood that the harmony was not created by the chimes, but was the fundamental frequency of awareness itself. Most profound of all was the recognition that had dawned in Odin's grove, that they were not someone who possessed consciousness, but consciousness itself, temporarily playing the role of someone seeking peace. This understanding changed everything while changing nothing, transformed their entire relationship with sleep, while leaving sleep itself exactly as it was. The clock beside their bed showed that hours had passed since they had first laid down. But time felt different now, not the anxious duration of someone counting sleepless minutes, but the gentle flow of eternity expressing itself through temporal form. They had slept deeply and naturally, traveling to realms of healing that existed not in some distant dimension, but in the depths of their own being. The dreams they had experienced were not separate from their waking consciousness, but were consciousness exploring its own unlimited creativity. Every figure they had met, Nótt, Ægir, Mímir, Frigg, Bragi, Ægir, Jörð, Odin were aspects of their own awareness, teachers that consciousness had manifested to guide itself back to its own recognition. The gifts they had received were not external additions, but the restoration of qualities that had always been present, temporarily obscured by the illusion of separation. As they lay there in the soft morning light, filtering through their bedroom windows, Einar felt a profound gratitude that was not directed toward anything specific, but was simply the natural appreciation that awareness felt for its own nature. They had not been cured of insomnia. They had been restored to the recognition that they were the consciousness in which both sleeping and waking appeared, utterly peaceful regardless of which state was manifesting. The anxiety that had once filled their nights was still accessible as a memory, but it no longer had any weight or substance. They could remember the feeling of lying awake, worried about not sleeping, but it was like remembering a movie they had once seen rather than something that had actually happened to them. The person who had experienced that anxiety was revealed to be a character that consciousness had been playing, a role that had served its purpose and could now be gently set aside. In its place was something infinitely more natural and sustainable, the simple recognition that they were awareness itself, naturally at peace, inherently safe, fundamentally whole. Sleep was not something they would need to achieve or maintain, but something that would naturally arise when consciousness chose to rest in its own depths. Waking was not something to be feared as a return to anxiety, but the natural expression of awareness choosing to explore activity within itself. The bedroom around them seemed to hum with this new understanding. The walls that had once felt like barriers now felt like embracing arms. The ceiling that had once seemed to press down with the weight of sleepless hours now appeared to arch upward like the dome of a temple dedicated to rest. Even the sounds from outside, traffic, neighbors, the ordinary noise of the world, no longer seemed like disturbances, but like the natural music of consciousness, expressing itself through myriad forms. As they rose from their bed, Einar felt their body moving with a fluidity and grace they had not experienced since childhood. Every muscle was relaxed, every joint moved smoothly, every system functioned in perfect harmony. This was not just the result of a good night's sleep, but the physical expression of consciousness that had remembered its own nature. When awareness was at peace with itself, the body naturally reflected that peace. The day ahead no longer felt like a series of challenges to be endured until the next struggle with sleep. Instead, it appeared as an opportunity for consciousness to explore its own creativity through the vehicle of their human life. Work, relationships, responsibilities, all revealed themselves as movements within awareness rather than burdens carried by awareness. Throughout the day, as they moved through their ordinary activities, Einar found themselves naturally returning to the recognition they had awakened to. When stress tried to assert itself, they remembered the safety they had discovered with Nótt. When physical tension began to accumulate, they recalled the healing pools of Ægir. When anxious thoughts threatened to spiral, They accessed the restored memories from Mímir's temple. But more than using these gifts as tools, they rested in the understanding that had emerged in Odin's grove, that they were the consciousness in which all experiences appeared, utterly untroubled by any temporary content that might manifest within their awareness. Stress was simply consciousness playing with the experience of stress. Tension was awareness exploring the possibility of constriction. Anxiety was the infinite mind temporarily pretending to be limited. As evening approached and bedtime drew near, there was no return of the old apprehension. The approaching night did not feel like another battle to be fought, but like a gentle friend coming to offer the gift of restoration. Sleep was not something that might or might not happen, but the natural rhythm of consciousness choosing to rest in its own depths. When they finally laid their head upon their pillow, the same physical pillow they had used for years, but now recognized as a throne for consciousness to rest upon, Einar felt themselves settling not just into sleep, but into their own essential nature. The boundary between sleeping and waking revealed itself to be a convenient fiction. There was only awareness, sometimes active and sometimes restful, sometimes exploring and sometimes being still, but always fundamentally the same conscious presence. As sleep approached, it came not as unconsciousness, but as consciousness so comfortable with itself that dreams became unnecessary. They were already living in the most beautiful dream possible, the dream of being a separate individual who could discover their own unlimited nature. Tonight's sleep would simply be consciousness enjoying its own company in perfect silence and stillness. The last thing they experienced before sleep completely claimed them was not the absence of awareness, but the presence of awareness so pure and peaceful that no objects of consciousness were needed. They were not falling asleep. They were awakening to what they had always been. The very consciousness in which both sleeping and waking arose and disappeared like waves on an ocean too vast to be disturbed by any temporary movement on its surface. And in that recognition, as consciousness settled into the deepest possible rest, while remaining completely awake to its own nature, they knew with absolute certainty that they would never again experience sleep as a problem to be solved. They were not someone who sometimes slept well and sometimes poorly. They were the very capacity for rest itself, temporarily clothed in human form, but eternally at peace in their own nature. Epilogue, the eternal return. Dawn came as it always had, but everything was forever changed. Not the dawn itself, which continued to paint the sky with the same gentle pastels it had used for millennia, but the consciousness that witnessed it. Einar woke not from sleep, but into sleep, into the recognition that all of life was the dream of consciousness. And they were not the dreamer, but the very capacity in which all dreams appeared. The bedroom was exactly as it had been the night before, yet it existed now in a universe made entirely of peace. The same walls, the same ceiling, the same familiar objects, but all infused with the understanding that had flowered in the realm of deep dreams. This was not a different reality, but the same reality seen through eyes that had remembered how to see. Rising from bed felt like floating rather than getting up. Not because anything physical had changed, but because the one who was rising was no longer identified as a separate person moving through a foreign world. They were consciousness itself, exploring its own nature through the beautiful vehicle of a human life. And every movement was the movement of the cosmos itself. The day unfolded with perfect naturalness. There were the same activities as always: showering, dressing, eating, working. But each action arose spontaneously from the peace of their essential nature, rather than from the anxiety of trying to get somewhere or achieve something. When thoughts arose, they were recognized as clouds passing through the sky of awareness. When emotions surfaced, they were seen as weather patterns in the infinite space of consciousness. Most remarkably, there was no concern about whether this peaceful state would last. The old anxiety about losing what had been found simply could not arise, because what had been found was not a temporary state, but their own eternal nature. One could no more lose consciousness than space could lose its spaciousness, or silence could lose its quietude. Colleagues at work noticed something different, but could not quite put their finger on what it was. There was a quality of presence that had not been there before, a sense that this person was completely comfortable with themselves and their place in the world. When stressful situations arose, Einar moved through them like water flowing around stones, not avoiding the challenges, but not creating unnecessary friction either. Throughout the day, they found themselves naturally returning to the gifts they had received in their dream journey, but not as techniques to be applied. Rather, they were like favorite songs that consciousness enjoyed humming to itself. The safety from Nótt was simply the recognition that awareness was always safe, being the unchanging ground in which all changing experiences appeared. The healing from Ægir was the understanding that consciousness was inherently whole, never actually fragmented by any temporary experience of division. The restored memories from Mímir were the constant background recognition of their essential peaceful nature. The dreams from Frigg were the creative play of consciousness, exploring its own unlimited potential. The harmony from Bragi was the natural resonance of awareness with itself. The ultimate peace from Ægir was the recognition that they were not someone experiencing peace, but peace itself, temporarily wearing the costume of a person. As evening approached, there was not the faintest echo of the old bedtime anxiety. The approaching night felt like reuniting with an old friend, an opportunity for consciousness to rest more deeply in its own nature. Sleep was not something that might happen or might not happen, but the natural expression of awareness settling into its own depths, like a bird returning to its nest. When bedtime arrived, the preparation for sleep felt like a sacred ritual, not because they were doing anything differently, but because every action was infused with the recognition of what they essentially were: brushing teeth, changing clothes, settling into bed. All were movements of consciousness, caring for the vehicle through which it was exploring experience. Lying down felt like coming home not to a place, but to their own nature. The pillow cradled not just their head, but their entire being, supporting consciousness as it prepared to rest in its own depths. The blankets were not just physical coverings, but symbols of the protection that awareness always carried within itself. As they settled into the approaching sleep, Einar felt the most natural gratitude, not directed toward anything external, but the spontaneous appreciation that consciousness felt for its own infinite nature. The journey through the realm of dreams had not given them anything new, but had revealed what had always been present. They were not someone who had been healed of insomnia, but someone who had awakened from the dream of ever having been separate from peace. Sleep came as easily as breathing, as naturally as the sun's setting or flowers opening to morning light. There was no effort involved, no techniques to apply, no vigilance against anxiety. There was only consciousness settling into its own depths, with the perfect trust that a wave has in the ocean from which it is never actually separate. The dreams that arose were gentle and healing, but they were no longer separate from waking consciousness. They were simply consciousness exploring different modes of its own creativity, sometimes active and sometimes restful, sometimes individual and sometimes universal, but always fundamentally the same aware presence that was their true nature. When morning came again, it found consciousness exactly where it had always been present, peaceful, inherently at rest, whether in sleeping or waking. The circle was complete not because a journey had ended, but because it had been recognized that there had never actually been anywhere to go. The seeker and the sought, the one who could not sleep and the sleep itself, the problem and the solution, all had been movements within the same consciousness, waves on the surface of the same infinite ocean of being. And so began each day from that point forward, not as a continuation of personal history, but as a fresh arising of consciousness, exploring its own nature through the beautiful dream of human experience. Sleep was never again a problem to be solved, but the natural rest of awareness in its own depths. Peace was never again something to be achieved, but the background reality in which all activity arose and dissolved. The gifts received in the realm of dreams were not memories of a special experience, but permanent recognitions of what consciousness was in its essential nature. Safety, healing, perfect memory, beautiful dreams, natural harmony, ultimate peace, perfect time, and absolute recognition all revealed themselves to be different names for the same truth. That awareness is inherently at rest, naturally peaceful, fundamentally whole, and complete in itself. This was not the end of their story, but its true beginning, the start of a life lived from the recognition of what they essentially were rather than the anxiety of what they thought they needed to become. Each night brought the natural return to the depths of consciousness. Each day the spontaneous expression of awareness, exploring its own unlimited creativity. The realm of dreams was always accessible, not as a distant place to visit, but as the constant recognition that all of experience was consciousness, exploring itself through infinite forms. The gods and goddesses they had met were not separate beings, but aspects of their own awareness, always present, always offering their gifts of recognition to any who were ready to receive them. And in this recognition, as consciousness continued its eternal play of forgetting and remembering its own nature, they knew that the peace they had found was not personal property, but their share in the infinite peace that was the true nature of all existence. They were not someone who had learned to sleep well, but sleep itself, temporarily dreaming that it was someone who could not rest, and then awakening to its own peaceful nature. The journey was complete because it had never begun. The circle was closed because it had never been broken. The peace was found because it had never been lost. And in that paradox, as consciousness continued its endless exploration of its own unlimited nature, the most natural rest of all was revealed, the rest of simply being what one has always been, the peace of recognizing oneself as the very awareness in which all seeking and finding, all sleeping and waking, all anxiety and peace arose and dissolved like waves on an ocean too vast and stable to be disturbed by any movement on its surface. This was the gift that could never be lost, because it was what they essentially were, not someone who possessed peace, but peace itself, eternally at rest in its own nature, temporarily playing the beautiful game of being human, and always free to remember what it had never actually forgotten. And so they slept each night, the sleep of the innocent, the sleep of the whole, the sleep of those who had remembered what they were. Not because anything had changed, but because they had seen through the illusion that anything had ever needed to change. In that seeing, in that recognition, in that coming home to what they had never left, all seeking came to its natural end, and the most effortless rest began, the rest of consciousness in its own nature, eternal and unshakable, and always present, whether in sleeping or waking, in dreaming, or in the dreamless peace that was the source and destination of all dreams.